Chapter 258. For the next few days, Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang traveled together. Their interaction was rather relaxed, and they chatted and laughed with each other. It was somewhat similar to the leisurely and carefree atmosphere between a young couple, although the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom had already become history. In reality, there were still many places with beautiful scenery. Moreover, for the next few days, Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang did not meet anyone. This made them forget that they were in the Six Nations Heaven List Tournaments competition area. Several days later, a peculiar valley appeared in front of the two of them. The reason why this valley was peculiar was because it was unusually cold and there was no sunlight at all. Thick clouds gathered above the valley, covering the sky like a dark, gray magic barrier. The dark clouds pressed down, giving off an indescribable feeling of oppression. Gusts of cold wind blew in the valley, but there was an indescribable, bone-piercing chill when it blew on their skin. Could this be the legendary distant valley? Luo Mingshang's red lips parted slightly as she murmured softly, "Distant valley?" Chu Hen was stunned, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Luo Mingshang nodded and said, "This is one of the more famous ruins of the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom. It is said that this hidden valley used to be one of the great border fortresses of the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom. In the early years of the 100 Kingdoms chaotic era, countless soldiers lost their lives here. As the saying goes, the distant valley is the middle valley and the pit of 10,000 people. The distant valley is the middle valley and the pit of 10,000 people." Hearing this, even Chu Hen could not help but feel an inexplicable chill. No wonder the yin qi here is so strong, so it's a pit of 10,000 people. Chu Hen sighed softly. Let's go in and have a look." "Huh." Chu Hen was slightly surprised. "Are you sure you want to go to this place?" Luo Mingshang smiled lightly. Her bright eyes and white teeth were like the autumn water reflecting the pear blossoms. "That's right. Rumor has it that there's a treasure called the Quiet Spirit Spring in the distant valley. Since we're here, why don't we go in and try our luck?" Tranquil Spirit Spring. Chu Hen's eyes lit up. He had heard of such a treasure before. Supposedly, this tranquil spirit spring was formed from the blood essence and souls of a myriad of living beings, and it was nurtured in a place of extreme yin. After a few hundreds of years of condensation and advancement, it transformed into a strand of clear spring water, and it was called the Tranquil Spirit Spring. This Tranquil Spirit Spring had many wonderful uses and was incomparably precious. It could forge bones and reshape tendons, nourish vitality, and expand the major meridians in Wu Xiu's body. It could be said that it had many benefits. However, the greatest use of the Serene Spirit Spring was for pattern masters. Reiki energy cultivated by a pattern master originated from a person's spirit, soul, and will. On the other hand, the Quiet Spirit Spring was formed from the essence, blood, and souls of thousands of living beings. By channeling the power of the quiet and serene Spirit Spring into the Naiwan Palace and irrigating the street tree, the street tree's foundation would be more stable and its growth would be faster. There were countless benefits to this. From the looks of it, the so-called distant valley before him indeed fulfilled the various conditions to nurture a tranquil spirit spring. All right, let's go and take a look. However, this place is definitely not a good place. You and I have to be more careful. A trace of solemnity flashed between Chu Hen's eyebrows. "Yes." Luo Mingshang replied softly. Immediately after, the two of them walked towards the entrance of the distant valley with extreme caution. The airflow in the valley was unusually cold and gloomy, and it was unknown how much colder it was outside. Even Chu Hen, whose physical strength was far stronger than ordinary people, felt a piercing chill. On the contrary, Luo Mingshang, who was beside him, seemed to be unaffected and did not feel the slightest discomfort. Chu Hen was slightly surprised. He was still quite curious about the limits of Luo Mingshang's bloodline. Moreover, The speed at which her strength was growing was also shockingly fast. In terms of realm advancement, it was much faster than Chu Hen. Feeling that Chu Hen had been staring at her, Luo Mingshan's beautiful eyes rippled, and she said softly, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Ahem. Chu Hen quickly turned his head away and coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. Nothing. Luo Mingshan pursed her small lips and muttered to herself, "If Teacher Red Lotus knew that I'm so close to you, she would definitely be furious." As the two of them continued to go deeper into the distant valley, the chilly wind that they encountered was getting more and more piercing. Moreover, there were many bones scattered in the valley, some of which belonged to humans and some of which belonged to demonic beasts. The thick, dark clouds that gathered above their heads blocked the sunlight, making the dark valley seem like the legendary 9 Serenities underworld. The deeper they went, the wider the terrain of the valley became. Apart from the majestic giant mountain range, there were cliffs and broken walls everywhere. This made Chu Hen feel that the distant valley was unusual. There were many dangerous places with ups and downs, which made people feel fearful. Right at this moment, a clamor of noise entered the ears of the two of them. Chu Hen and Luo Mingshan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. "There are others. Over there." Immediately, the two of them followed the source of the sound. When they got closer, what appeared before their eyes was a vast and flat valley. In this valley, there were many old trees that looked like they were crows growing. Every tree had a strange shape, and the branches were like monsters that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. What was even more shocking was that there were long vines hanging from the top of each strange tree, and underneath the long vines there were many dried-up white corpses tied to them, corpses and bones hung on the tree. Such a strange scene would make one's hair stand on end. However, under the trees, there were many young men and women with powerful auras. They were the geniuses of the 6 nations who were competing for the heaven list. At a glance, there were people from all the dynasties. Chu Hen then raised his eyebrows, but he found that Yu Qinyu, Xiao Yan, Lin Yuan, and Shangguan Yan were also there. "Our Sacred Star team is also there. There shouldn't be a problem," said Chu Hen. Luo Mingshan nodded and said, "Okay, let's go over." Then, the two of them walked forward. As soon as they appeared, they could not help but attract the attention of most people. "Chu Hen!" Not far away, Yu Qinyu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran over. "Chu Hen, you found this place?" When Yu Qinyu saw Luo Mingshan beside Chu Hen, she could not help but be a little surprised. "Why are the two of you together?" "Miss Qinyu," Luo Mingshan simply greeted. Yu Qinyu also nodded politely as a sign of acknowledgement. Then Lin Yuan, Shangguan Yan, and Xiao Yan walked over one after another. "Hee, junior brother Chu Hen, you're really something. I was wondering why you were accompanied by a beauty after not seeing you for so many days." Xiao Yan went forward and gently hammered Chu Hen's shoulder. Chapter 259. What's going on here? Chu Hen asked. "What?" Xiao Yan replied, "Junior brother Chu Hen, you want to know why this place is so peaceful, right?" Lin Yuan crossed his arms in front of him and smiled indifferently. He pointed at the strange trees with white skeletons and said, "To avoid destroying these in-spirit trees—" "Oh!" Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, "Could it be that the tranquil spirit spring originates from these in-spirit trees?" Hee, junior brother Chu Hen is indeed smart. Although the tranquil spirit spring is called a spring, it is actually a liquid. Due to the small amount, we can't obtain it directly from the ground and can only collect it through these in-spirit trees. Basically, everyone who comes here is for the tranquil spirit spring. If these trees are destroyed, no one will be able to obtain the tranquil spirit spring. I see. Chu Hen could not help but understand. With so many people, once a chaotic battle broke out, all the in-spirit trees would be directly destroyed by the strong impact. It was also because of this that the geniuses of the Six Nations exchanged a short period of peace. Even so, the atmosphere was filled with a tense atmosphere. The geniuses of the various teams were carefully guarding against the others around them. Chu Hen, what have you encountered these few days? How many tokens did you collect? Yu Chenyu was especially happy to see Chu Hen. She blinked her big eyes and looked at him expectantly. The others also looked at Chu Hen curiously. Chu Hen smiled, lightly rubbed his nose, and said, "Not a lot, just a few." "A few? 3?" Yu Chenyu extended 3 fingers. Chu Hen shook his head. 4? No. How many are there exactly? Yu Chenyu grabbed his arm and shook it back and forth. "All right, I'm scared of you. I'll tell you, all right?" But seeing that he was asked to this extent, Chu Hen shook his head helplessly and could only answer honestly, 6. "What, 6?" As soon as he said this, everyone except Luo Mingshang, who already knew about it, gasped. 6 tokens! This was enough to qualify for the finals. F***CK. You're going to defy the heavens! Xiao Yan exclaimed. "I've only collected 4 of them." Even the number 1 disciple of the giant elephant martial house, Lin Yuan, nodded in admiration. "Ha! Junior apprentice brother Chu Hen is truly fierce. I can't help but admire you. I was just lucky. The people I met were all people with average strength." Heh. Suddenly, a frivolous sneer entered everyone's ears. Junior brother Chu Hen is too modest. Xiao, Ju, Rinhan, and the rest are not people with ordinary strength. Junior brother Chu Hen is definitely someone who has concealed his strength. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Everyone looked in the same direction. A team of more than a dozen people was slowly walking towards them. The person leading the team was none other than Huang Fuliang. "Hua, it's Huang Fuliang from the Sacred Star team." Huang Fuliang's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. The faces of the geniuses from the various dynasties slightly changed. Not only Huang Fuliang, but also the number 1 disciple of the Imperial Wind Sect, Sidufeng, and the number 1 disciple of the giant elephant martial house, Lin Yuan. With so many geniuses from the Sacred Star dynasty gathered here, it was definitely a great threat to the geniuses from the other dynasties. Huang Fuliang and Situfeng had arrived. For Lin Yuan, Shang Guanyan, and the other geniuses from the Sacred Star team, it was naturally a relatively happy event. However, what surprised them was that Huang Fuliang's entire body was emitting an oppressive aura, and Situfeng's face was even more gloomy. Then, Situfeng directly walked forward and pointed at Chu Hen. "Bastard! How dare you kill Rinhan? What?" Rumble. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's mind was instantly struck by lightning. Yu Chenyu, Xiao Yan, Shang Guanyan, Lin Yuan, and the rest all widened their eyes in shock. Rinhan, who is he? The second strongest person in the Tifeng province, who possessed the strength of the 6th level core transformation realm. How could Chu Hen kill him? Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Seeing Situ Feng's angry appearance, coupled with Chu Hen's calm face, it seemed that this matter was most likely true. There's also Wei Zhong. Huang Fuliang looked at Chu Hen indifferently and said in a playful tone, "Wei Zhong, Rinhan, these are our companions from the Sacred Star team. Now that you've killed 2 of your companions, how are you going to take responsibility for this?" An invisible pressure quietly spread out from Huang Fuliang's body. A piercingly cold airflow shocked the surrounding people, and they could not help but take half a step back. However, Chu Hen stood where he was without moving. His expression did not change in the slightest as he stared at Huang Fuliang's ice-cold gaze without any fear. "I killed them, Hua." The geniuses from the other dynasties were shocked. Wei Zhong and Rinhan were top geniuses who had directly obtained a place in the sky ranking. Especially Rinhan, the geniuses from the other dynasties had heard of his name. Now that they saw Chu Hen admitting to it so readily, they were surprised that there was someone like Chu Hen in the Sacred Star dynasty. At the same time, they were happy to hear it. It seemed like the Sacred Star team's internal situation was not peaceful. To a competitor, they loved to see internal strife. It's good that you admitted it, Huang Fuliang said indifferently. However, Chu Hen paused and changed the topic. I was purely defending myself. Let me ask you, when someone wants to kill you, are you going to stand there and let them kill you? You might be stupid, but I'm not stupid. You might be stupid, but I'm not stupid. Just a few simple words were thrown in Huang Fuliang's face by Chu Hen. Lin Yuan, Xiao Yan, and the others were shocked again. This was the first time someone dared to speak to Huang Fuliang in such a manner. However, Huang Fuliang was not angry. He was still smiling. However, behind this smile, there was a sharp knife hidden. You're right, but you said that they wanted to kill you. Who saw it? I saw it. A beautiful voice was heard. Luo Mengchang suddenly walked to Chu Hen's side and said, I saw the two idiots fighting against Chu Hen together. In the end, they were not capable and were killed by Chu Hen. The truth is that simple. Idiot? Not capable. These words really made everyone present blush with shame. If Ren Han was called an idiot, there were not many geniuses present. Seeing Luo Mengchang come out to clarify for Chu Hen, Huang Fuliang's face immediately turned gloomy. He stared at Luo Mengchang coldly and said, What's your relationship with him? Chapter 260. Why do you care? Luo Mengchang replied snappily. Huang Fuliang's face turned even uglier. Looking at how Luo Mengchang was protecting Chu Hen, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. The other people around also had an expression of watching the show. Almost everyone in the Imperial Martial Academy knew that Huang Fuliang was in love with Luo Mengchang. Although Huang Fuliang had never expressed anything publicly, this matter was not a secret in the Imperial City. The surrounding air seemed to have become a bit more anxious, and the air faintly surged with a bone-piercing chill. So Ren Han and Wei Zhong died in vain. Situ Feng shouted in a deep voice. Otherwise, what else do you want? Luo Mengchang was completely speaking on behalf of Chu Hen, and the others could not interrupt. My Tifeng province will never agree. Situ Feng's eyes became colder. A war was about to break out, and it was a civil war between the Holy Star teams. On the other hand, the genius students of the other 5 dynasties were even more delighted to hear this. Senior brother Situ, please calm down. Xiao Yan saw this and quickly came forward to persuade him. As Chu Hen's senior brother, he naturally could not just stand by and watch. Senior brother Situ, Chu Hen killed Ren Han and Wei Zhong. Although it was wrong, he was forced by the situation. Now that the 6 Nations Heaven List competition is over, the overall situation is the most important. Don't talk about these principles in front of me. If I don't get justice for Ren Han today, how can I, Situ Feng, have any face left? How can my Tifeng province still have any face left? After saying that, a majestic aura directly burst out from Situ Feng's body. Situ Feng grabbed the air with one hand, and an extremely agitated green light quickly rotated in his palm. Circles of spiraling airwaves attracted the airflow in all directions. It's none of your business. Get out of here. Xiao Yan's face changed, and his eyes could not help but become cold. Senior brother Situ, don't go too far. I have already said that although Chu Hen was in the wrong, in the end, it was Ren Han and the others who provoked the disaster. Who can he blame for his death? It's not up to you to lecture me. Situ Feng's momentum rose, setting off an incomparably powerful aura as he pushed the cyan spiral ball of light in his palm toward Xiao Yan. Under such circumstances, even Lin Yuan, Shangguan Yan, and the others could not intervene. They could only stand by and watch. In the face of his opponent's ferocious offensive pressure, Xiao Yan's eyebrows tightly knitted together. Even though his ranking in the Tensei Prefecture was second only to Jixian, Situ Feng was the genuine #1 person in the Imperial Wind Prefecture. After consuming the Earth Star Boundary Gathering Pill, His cultivation had significantly increased, directly stepping into the Dan transformation stage 7th level. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was only at the peak of the 5th order. The difference between them was rather obvious. However, with his determination, Xiao Yan was not afraid at all. However, at this moment, a rapid, trembling sound of air waves spread out, and everyone only saw a purple shadow flash before their eyes. Soon after, with a heavy bang sound, the scattered primordial qi wantonly splattered everywhere. The cyan ball of light in Situ Feng's palm was directly shattered into pieces. Immediately after, the scene in front of everyone caused their pupils to shrink. They saw that Situ Feng and Xiao Yan did not start a fierce collision, and in the middle of the two, there was already a young and fierce figure. Senior brother Xiao Yan, you should step back. This is my, Chu Hen's matter. There is no need for others to stand up for me. His indifferent tone revealed an unconcealable sharpness. Chu Hen stood in front of Xiao Yan, and his left fist, which was surrounded by circles of golden-red illusory flames, actually took Situ Feng's right palm head-on. A vigorous and boundless overbearing aura rose and surged from within Chu Hen's body. Within his pair of ice-cold eyes, a dense and cold glint flickered like a sharp sword. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone finally believed that Chu Hen had the ability to kill Rinhan, Wei Zhong, and the others, relying on the strength of a 4th-stage core transformation realm warrior to take Situ Feng's attack head-on. Everyone was secretly shocked. How strong was Chu Hen's body? Luo Mingshang, Yu Qinyu, Xiao Yan, and the others all had a dignified expression on their faces. On the other side, Huang Fuliang couldn't help but squint his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Situ Feng's face was gloomy and somewhat blue, and the primordial qi in his body continuously formed a dark force that attacked Chu Hen. The surging dark force collided like two undercurrents under the water. The ground under the feet of the two people quickly opened up numerous dense, deep cracks. The blood vessels on Chu Hen's left arm bulged, and the illusory flame lingering on his arm collided with the green radiance around his opponent's body. Then, with a boom sound, a heavy shockwave swept out along with a powerful shockwave. Chu Hen and Situ Feng, both of them, were pushed back several meters, being able to fight evenly with Situ Feng. Chu Hen's strength was really surprising. Chu Hen, are you okay? Yu Qinyu quickly stepped forward and asked, and there was still a trace of concern in her beautiful eyebrows. Chu Hen slightly wrinkled his brows, and his slightly trembling arm gently clenched into a fist, and replied in a deep voice, I'm fine. Looking at Situ Feng's side, his arm was also slightly pale, and there was an ominous glint in his eyes. Little bastard, today I want to see what kind of ability you have. Boom! Situ Feng's killing intent stacked up, and his surging true elemental energy stacked up, and the huge power was comparable to the raging torrent. The surrounding people retreated one after another. They were really looking forward to the upcoming internal battle of the Saint Star team. Ha 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 ha, there's a good show to watch. It seems that I, Qi Teng, have come at the right time. Just at this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Qi Teng? The geniuses of the Rock Dynasty suddenly became excited. In the next moment, a figure with an imposing aura continuously dragged a series of afterimages in the air and steadily landed on a huge rock. It was a burly young man, nearly 2 meters tall, and his strong muscles contained a strong power that almost tore his clothes apart. This person was none other than the leader of the Rock Dynasty team, the top genius who possessed the golden sand body, Qi Ting. Qi Tang's appearance made the geniuses of the Boulder Dynasty feel reassured. After all, Huang Fuliang, Lin Yuan, Situ Feng, and many other geniuses of the Saint Star Dynasty were here. After the internal conflict was over, the tokens in the hands of the others would be in danger. Qi Tang's arrival at least broke the dominance of the Saint Star team. Hey, Huang Fuliang, you guys continue. I'm just here to watch the show, Qi Ting said. A cold light flashed in Huang Fuliang's eyes, and a sneer appeared on his face. He then said loudly, "The other two, since you're here, why don't you show yourselves?" What? Everyone's heart was shocked again. Swoosh! Along with a rapid, wind-breaking momentum, a biting, cold, sharp sword momentum suddenly rushed towards everyone's face. I say, Chi-Tung, you came out too early. It's better to watch the show before coming out. Buzz! A frivolous, ridiculing voice entered everyone's ears, and then a figure that was as sharp as a sword steadily landed on another huge rock. Qin Yingxiao is here. Qin Yingxiao of the Sword Dynasty. Following that, a beautiful woman with gentle footsteps slowly walked over from another direction. This woman looked delicate and weak, and she had a harmless face, especially her innocent big eyes. It was enough to make many people feel pity and protect her. Lu Qi of the Misty Wind Empire. Wow. The appearance of Qi Ting, Qin Yingxiao, and Lu Qi, the three leaders, instantly disrupted the situation. The geniuses of the Giant Rock Empire, the Sword Dynasty, and the Misty Wind Empire were pleasantly surprised, and their faces were filled with excitement. The people of the Flame Shadow Empire and the Tianluo Empire looked around, but Peng Ao and Yibu Ji's figures did not appear. If that was the case, the four strongest leading geniuses of the 6 great dynasties met each other on a narrow path. Why, since we're here, aren't you guys going to continue the internal conflict? Qi Ningxiao rubbed his chin and said with a playful smile. The people of the Saint Star Empire slightly frowned. If Situ Feng had picked a fight with Chu Hen because of a moment of anger, it seemed like he was being treated as a spectator. Humph! Our Saint Star team will settle our own matters. You don't have to worry about it, Huang Fuliang replied coldly. Ha ha ha. Qi Tung laughed loudly. He pointed at Chu Hen and said, Huang Fuliang, this junior brother's talent is exceptional and monstrous. If you don't kill him now, he will surpass you in no time. At that time, you won't be able to keep your position as the number 1 in the Saint Star Empire. That's right. Qin Yingxiao agreed. Let's settle this quickly. Otherwise, who will recognize you in a few years? It's better to kill a disaster in the cradle. The two of them echoed each other and pushed Chu Hen to the heart of the struggle. Chu Hen was in an awkward situation. He could neither move forward nor retreat. No matter what choice Huang Fuliang made, Chu Hen would not be able to escape unscathed. Putting aside the fact that the geniuses of the other empires had noticed Chu Hen, Huang Fuliang, and Situ Feng would not give up so easily. Ren Han and Wei Zhong were killed. This was Huang Fuliang's reason or excuse to target Chu Hen. However, just when the atmosphere on the scene became more and more subtle and strange, Rumble! With a loud sound, the ground immediately trembled uneasily for a moment. Along with an extremely strange energy ripple, the ghost-like Yin spirit trees blossomed with a brilliant white light. A cold wind suddenly blew, and every single gray leaf swayed like a wind chime. Everyone's ears rang with a subtle and ethereal flute sound. Chapter 261. Suddenly a cold wind blew in the Li Valley. The hundreds of ghost trees, which looked like ghosts and had white skeletons hanging on them, suddenly shone with a strange white light. Then, every single dark gray leaf started to shake nonstop. The ethereal sound that was like the sound of a flute drifted into everyone's ears, pouring into their minds and plucking at their heartstrings immediately. Under the excited gazes of the crowd, specks of light rose from the ghost trees and floated toward the sky above the Li Valley. If one were to observe carefully, one would notice that these specks of light were actually drops of spiritual liquid that were like raindrops. At a glance, there were thousands of drops of spiritual liquid floating dozens of meters in the sky. In this dim valley, they were as bright and dazzling as stars. Every drop of the liquid swayed with a translucent luster, and a peculiar energy fluctuation that could penetrate one's heart was released from the liquid. It's the spiritual liquid of tranquil spiritual liquid. A voice full of excitement suddenly exploded in the crowd. Boom! In the next moment, everyone activated their Yuan Dan and released powerful true Yuan. Without saying anything, they directly rushed toward the spiritual liquid of tranquil spiritual liquid. Everyone's attention shifted from Chu Hen to the thousands of drops of spiritual liquid in the sky above the Li Valley. Huang Fuliang, Qi Teng, Qi Ningxiao, and Lu Qi, the four strongest geniuses who were the team leaders, were the first to rush forward. Situ Feng glanced coldly at Chu Hen and said, "Humph, I'll deal with you later." After saying that, Situ Feng moved and followed behind Huang Fuliang. "Chu Hen, let's leave now," Yu Chenyu said quickly. Xiao Yan, Luo Mingshang, and Lin Yuan also looked at each other. Chu Hen thought for a while and said decisively, "If you want to leave, at least take the spiritual liquid of tranquil spiritual liquid. But don't worry, the Li Valley is surrounded by dangerous mountains and there are many cliffs. If I want to leave, I believe that no one can stop me." Chu Hen replied confidently. Everyone could not help but be stunned. Xiao Yan was the first to react. "Haha, I nearly forgot about your purple shadow wings." In the blink of an eye, everyone rushed into the depths of the strange ghost forest. The gentle gaze of Lu Qi from the misty kingdom suddenly focused, and then she pressed her palms together while her red lips opened slightly and shouted in a light voice, "Water, waterfall, buzz." As soon as Lu Qi finished his words, an enormous water shockwave spread out in all directions with Lu Qi as the center. A powerful torrent, like a stormy sea, swept out with a sweeping momentum. Apart from the geniuses of the Misty Wind Empire, the geniuses of the other empires were pushed back. Wow, the crowd was caught off guard. They were like ducks that had fallen into the water, hitting the surface of the water and making noises. "Hey, junior sister Lu Qi, are you trying to keep the tranquil, spiritual liquid to yourself?" Rock Ting Qi chuckled, and a rich golden light surged out of his body. Then Qi Ting slapped the ground vertically with his hands. Heavenly rock cloud ladder gate. Rumble! Accompanied by the violent shaking of the earth, a towering four-sided rock wall soared into the sky, rising from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. The thick stone door rose to a height of more than 20 meters and a width of 10 meters. Bang! The mighty torrent of water whistled over, but it was difficult to knock down the rock wall and split it from both sides. Water splashed everywhere. Wind and waves overlapped. Qi Ting leaped up and flew to the top of the rock wall. Then he stretched out his palms and grabbed towards the tranquil spiritual liquid that was floating in the air. "Blockhead, I don't think you're any better." Sword Emperor Qin Ingxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. With a flash of white light, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, a silver sword light that was dozens of meters wide shot out horizontally, setting off an extremely powerful aura as it solidly slashed towards the rock wall below Qi Ting. Bang! The terrifying sword energy was extremely astonishing, and the sound of the power converging was like a thunderstorm. The rock was directly smashed into pieces by Qi Ningxiao's sword. Qi Ting, who was standing on top of the rock, suddenly lost his balance and shouted in a deep voice, "Qi Ningxiao, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing. I just can't stand you showing off your martial skills here. F***CK off." Qi Ting was still angry. With a flip of his body, he directly punched towards Qi Ningxiao in front of him. In an instant, the wantonly collapsed rocks quickly gathered together, forming a huge rock fist that was 2 meters wide. The violent might caused the space to tremble a little. This extremely intimidating rock fist fiercely smashed towards Qi Ningxiao. "Humph!" Qi Ningxiao coldly snorted. His sword danced, and his body spun at a high speed, taking advantage of the momentum. The sharp sword energy was like a tornado as it met the attack. Boom! Waves of air trembled in midair, and the space was in chaos. Sword energy splashed everywhere and rocks burst out. The confrontation between the two was like the collision of two mountains, shaking in all directions. Swoosh! At this moment, Huang Fuliang had already taken advantage of the moment when Qi Tang and Qi Ningxiao were fighting and flashed into the sky. Just when he was about to collect the tranquil spiritual liquid, there was a buzzing sound. Two spiral water pillars flew up from below like raging sea dragons, whistling from the left and right. Humph, junior sister Lu Qi, I didn't provoke you, Huang Fuliang said coldly. Lu Qi shook her head. I didn't do it on purpose. Her delicate voice, coupled with her big innocent eyes, could really melt any man's heart. If it was anyone else, they would not dare to believe that the harmless, innocent-looking Lu Qi was the leader of the Misty Wind Empire. However, even though she said that she did not do it on purpose, the two spiraling water pillars that were attacking Huang Fuliang became increasingly faster and more powerful. Wrath of the Dragon, roar! Huang Fuliang shouted. Roar! A majestic and domineering dragon roar suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. The clear dragon roar caused everyone's heart to tremble. A piercingly cold and powerful aura surged out of Huang Fuliang's body. An illusory golden dragon silhouette hovered around Huang Fuliang's body, and a vast halo bloomed like ripples on the surface of the water. Bang! Before the two spiral-shaped water pillars could even get close to Huang Fuliang, they exploded into thousands of sparkling water droplets. The competition between the top geniuses of the four leaders shook the entire secluded valley. Even the thick black clouds that had gathered above the valley were violently surging and restless. The vast and mighty surging aura was like the surging tide of black water. The four of them were fighting for power. Ling Yuan, Situ Feng, Xiao Yan, Luo Mingshan, and the other geniuses from the other dynasties also took advantage of the chaos to fight for the tranquil spiritual liquid. For a time, the peace in the desert valley was broken, and an intense battle broke out. The aftermath of the violent chaotic energy wantonly splashed everywhere, and the ghost trees that had skeletons and corpses hanging on them were cut in half, and their branches and leaves were flying everywhere. Hua! A surging water pillar carried Lu Qi to the sky. She raised her jade-like hand and held the 20 drops of tranquil spiritual liquid in front of her. Then Lu Qi flipped her other hand and flipped out an empty glass bottle. Lu Qi then poured the few drops of tranquil spiritual liquid into the bottle. Golden Sand Bridge. Giant rock Qi Ting lightly shouted, only to see dense golden sand fluttering in the air. The fine sand instantly turned into a sturdy arch bridge. Qi Ting stepped on the sand bridge and reached out his hand to put the 12 drops of tranquil spiritual liquid into his bag. On the other side, the Sword Dynasty's Qi Ningxiao was not to be outdone. The sharp sword in his hand trembled and let out a soft cry. The flickering sword light dragged a string of sword shadows in the air. Qi Ningxiao withdrew his sword, and on the body of the sword there was a row of crystal-clear, tranquil, spiritual liquid drops. Huang Fuliang's speed was also extremely fast. He did not show any weakness as he put the drops of tranquil spiritual liquid into his bag. There were 2,000 to 3,000 drops of tranquil spiritual liquid floating in the sky above the secluded valley. However, if they were evenly distributed, each person would not even get 10 drops of tranquil spiritual liquid. Moreover, it was absolutely impossible to evenly distribute the tranquil spiritual liquid. It was destined that some of the weaker people would not be able to obtain this precious treasure. Under normal circumstances, only an expert whose strength had reached the 5th level of the core transformation realm or above could stay in the air for a very short period of time. Obviously, there were not many people who could reach this level. Only a small number of people had the ability to compete for the tranquil spiritual liquid. In order to obtain this tranquil spiritual liquid, it could be said that everyone was using their own strengths. All kinds of gorgeous skills and secret techniques bloomed with dazzling lights. It was like a divine rainbow, which made the originally dark, secluded valley look gorgeous and bright. Humph, get out of my way. Situfeng sent 4 competitors flying with a palm strike. Relying on his superior strength, he directly arrived in front of the tranquil, spiritual liquid. In this area, there were more than 30 drops of tranquil, spiritual liquid floating in front of him. In the face of such a large amount of tranquil, spiritual liquid, Situfeng's face revealed a somewhat proud expression. However, just as Situfeng was about to put the tranquil, spiritual liquid into his bag, a purple shadow suddenly swept across the sky and flew past him. In the next moment, the 30 drops of tranquil, spiritual liquid in front of him disappeared without a trace. "It's you again, you damned bastard." Situfeng was quite angry when he saw the person in front of him. The pair of purple light wings on Chu Hen's back was glittering brightly like a colored glaze. Facing Situfeng's fiery eyes, Chu Hen didn't care at all. He calmly put more than 30 drops of tranquil, spiritual liquid into an empty bottle. "Bastard, if you don't want to die now, immediately hand over the tranquil, spiritual liquid." Situfeng's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Chapter 262. "I'm sorry, I'll take this pure spirit liquid." In the face of Situfeng's furious eyes, Chu Hen didn't care in the slightest as he took the tranquil, spiritual liquid that he had snatched from the other party's eyes and put it into an empty bottle. "You're courting death." Situfeng was furious and his murderous aura rose. Finished speaking, Situfeng suddenly pushed out a palm, and that surging cyan-colored palm power was like a raging tide of rage as it rolled towards Chu Hen. "Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Chu Hen raised his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The fierce spear directly broke the surging palm force from the middle, and then with the speed of lightning, it pierced towards Situfeng's throat. Situfeng did not think that Chu Hen would really dare to fight with him, and if he was on the ground, Situfeng naturally would not have the slightest scruples. But after all, he had not reached the void-piercing realm, so he could not stay in the air for too long. So in the face of Chu Hen's purple shadow wings, it was inevitable that he would suffer some losses. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen's Devil Punisher spear had already arrived in front of him. The spear was surrounded by a strong black aura and exuded an extremely overbearing aura. Situfeng's complexion slightly changed. He knew that he couldn't avoid this attack, so he clenched his teeth and stretched out his right hand's middle finger and index finger. A cyan light burst out from his fingertips and transformed into a sword shadow. Then it directly collided with the tyrannical spear light. Bang! As soon as the two collided, a circle of vigorous cyan and black ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and a powerful airflow spread in all directions. Relying on the balance of the purple shadow wings and the momentum of the dive, Chu Hen's Devil Punisher spear directly smashed the sword shadow released by Situfeng, and then a powerful force pressed down on Situfeng. "Damn it!" Situfeng cursed. He could not find a point of leverage in the air. After all, he was still at a disadvantage. However, as the number 1 in Tifeng province, how could he be an ordinary person? He quickly operated the Yuan Dan in his body, and his imposing aura stacked up like a tsunami. A circle of cyan light lingered on Situfeng's arms, and then he waved his hands in front of his body, and a thick layer of cyan light curtain appeared in front of him. Bang! The Demon Slayer spear heavily smashed against the green light screen, causing the light screen to ripple like the surface of water. "Humph! You want to break through my defense with just this bit of ability? You're really overestimating yourself." Taking advantage of this brief moment, Situfeng quickly stabilized his body in midair, and then an even more powerful berserk chi quickly surged out of his body. However, just as Situfeng was preparing to launch a big move to kill Chu Hen, a strand of bewitching, obscure purple light surged within Chu Hen's pupils. In the deepest part of his pupils, there were 3 tiny black dots that formed a triangle. Buzz! When Situfeng's eyes met with Chu Hen's eyes, an invisible special force invaded him from all directions. Situ Feng's heart involuntarily trembled, and an inexplicable strange force poured into his mind. Situ Feng's consciousness became blurred for a moment, and the circulation of his true yuan also stagnated for a moment. However, in just this moment of stagnation, the Demon Slayer spear in Chu Hen's hand had already broken through the opponent's defense layer, and the cyan light screen was smashed into pieces. The biting cold spear fell down, and the 3 feet long spear light directly bombarded Situ Feng's body. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded in the sky, and the violent shockwave rushed into Situ Feng's body. The latter felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and then he flashed down from the sky. Bang! Situ Feng heavily landed on the ground, and the dust flew everywhere. He was forced back nearly 10 steps before he was able to stabilize his body. The scene in front of them attracted the attention of countless people in the surroundings. Many people had clearly seen the exchange between Chu Hen and Situ Feng. Lin Yuan, Xiao Yan, Yu Qinyu, and the others were even more shocked. Chu Hen actually repelled Situ Feng from the sky. Unbelievable. It was really unbelievable. Although Chu Hen had the advantage of the purple shadow wings in the air, there was still a gap of 3 levels between them. Not to mention, his opponent was Situ Feng. Although Situ Feng wasn't injured, he was still hit by a 4th Order Core transformation stage martial artist from the sky, which made Situ Feng feel embarrassed. What the hell is going on? Situ Feng clenched his fists, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. How could I be absent-minded just now? What was even more strange was that in that split second when Situ Feng was lost in his thoughts, a vague image seemed to have flashed through his mind. That vague image looked like a pair of purple eyes. Was that Chu Hen's secret technique? But the opposite party's eyes didn't seem to be anything special. Situ Feng was confused. However, he didn't know that Chu Hen's eyes were sealed by Li Wushang at the Qi Shin Mountain. The change in the color of the eyes was not too obvious, and coupled with the color of the purple shadow wings on Chu Hen's back, no one was able to notice the change in Chu Hen's eyes. Soon, the clear, serene spirit liquid floating in the sky was completely snatched. After the clear, serene spirit liquid was snatched, the geniuses began to fight again. The formidable power caused all the Een Soul trees to be destroyed. Rumble. Suddenly, when the last Een Soul tree was destroyed, the whole valley suddenly became violently turbulent. The earth trembled and the mountains swayed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their faces were filled with confusion. What's going on? Then, under the astonished eyes of countless people, the earth began to crack, and the thick black clouds in the sky began to violently roll. A piercingly cold wind swept out, and the cold airflow caused the hairs on everyone's body to stand on end. The sky changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. Everyone stopped fighting, and a dignified look appeared on their faces. This kind of feeling was like some kind of terrifying beast that had been dormant for thousands of years was about to wake up, and it made everyone tremble with fear. Rumble. The earth quickly cracked, and the moist soil rose up. Black tree branches and leaves emerged from the ground. The thick and strong branches were as strong and sturdy as a horned dragon. Everyone couldn't stand still, and their hearts were filled with shock. Following that, the lush branches continued to grow outwards, and under everyone's incredulous gazes, an incomparably huge towering tree emerged from the ground. Fresh soil was spread out on the ground. This was a 100 meters tall Een Soul tree, and its huge crown looked like a giant mushroom. The lush gray branches and leaves exuded a faint soft light, and the dark trunk was covered with cracks. Chapter 263. Rumble! The mountains trembled, and the earth shook. However, what shocked everyone the most was the hearts of the crowd. It was a spirit tree that was nearly 100 meters tall. Furthermore, it was a spirit tree that emerged from the ground. The dark tree trunk was covered with cracks, and the lush gray leaves were swaying with a faint, soft light. The huge, mushroom-like canopy was exceptionally magnificent. However, what gave the crowd the most was the endless strange aura. Buzz, buzz! Then, without waiting for everyone to recover from their shock, they saw the ghost tree's trunk emit a gentle luster. The sparkling and translucent luster overflowed from the gaps in the bark. It was a clear spring. That is. The crowd was a little dumbfounded, looking at the spring water that gushed out from the tree's bark. Everyone's eyes widened with excitement. Tranquil spirit spring water. This is the real spirit spring water. Feeling the pure energy emitted from the spring water, everyone's heartbeat sped up. The amount of spirit spring water that everyone was fighting for could not be compared to the amount in front of them. Previously, it was spirit spring water. Now it was spirit spring water. The tranquil spirit spring water that gathered in the tree's bark covered the 100 meters tall spirit tree. Even Huang Fuliang, Lu Qi, Qi Ningxiao, and Qi Ting could not maintain their calm. After a short moment of shock, the crowd immediately set off a frenzy of excitement. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the giant spirit tree. Charge! The tranquil spirit spring water is mine. Snatch it! However, the ground that had not yet calmed down shook even more violently. The thick, dark clouds that gathered above the Li Serene valley rolled and surged. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping and thousands of cowhide drums were beating at the same time. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder intersected. The sudden gale roared as if the sky was about to collapse. Chu Hen's eyebrows wrinkled as he forcefully stopped his footsteps approaching the ghost tree. He only felt that everyone was about to face a great disaster. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, slender gray vines suddenly flew out from the spirit tree. The crowd that was running in front was caught off guard and were directly entangled by the vines. What's the situation? Hurry up and tear off these vines. More and more gray vines lashed out like long whips, entangling the limbs of the people in front of them before quickly wrapping around their bodies. Everyone continued to struggle and resist, but the vines were terrifyingly flexible. They were impervious to fire and water, and even swords were unable to cut them. Help! Help! With a panicked shout, a man from the Flame Shadow Empire was wrapped up by the gray vines from top to bottom, from head to tail, into something similar to a silkworm cocoon. What followed was an incomparably shrill scream. The scream only lasted for about 2 seconds before the cocoon stopped moving. Bright red blood spurted out from the gaps of the vines. Oh my God! The appearance of this scene caused everyone's faces to turn pale with fright. At this moment, everyone seemed as if they'd awoken from a dream, and they suddenly understood exactly how the corpses and skeletons that hung on the ghost tree were caused. It turned out that everyone had overlooked such an obvious problem from the very beginning. When everyone saw the tranquil spirit liquid, they all forgot about the hidden danger in the Separation Valley. Everyone suddenly realized that the Een spirit trees that were destroyed in the chaotic battle just now were merely the exposed branches of the huge Een spirit tree in front of them. The truth was that the ghost tree was a tree that killed people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Countless slender gray vines flew out from the trunk of the ghoul tree. One after another, geniuses were tightly entangled. They were wrapped into a cocoon and lost their lives within. Soon, one after another vine cocoon was hung under the tree, and scarlet red blood flowed out and flowed down. Go, retreat! Everyone from the Boulder dynasty, retreat! Qi Ting shouted loudly. Everyone from the Sword dynasty, retreat! Qi Ning smiled and reminded. Lu Qi and Huang Fu Liang also ordered everyone to retreat. In an instant, the entire Separation Valley fell into an unprecedented chaos. Run! Go! The whole place was in chaos, and the thick black clouds in the sky pressed down majestically. The geniuses of the various dynasties fled in all directions. Rumble! Following that, an even more shocking scene ensued. With the ghost tree as the center, the ground within a radius of more than 100 meters suddenly caved in, and a deep and dark crack appeared. The ground immediately cracked, as if it was hit by an earthquake. The bottomless abyss formed a circle, trapping everyone in the middle. Some people who were caught unprepared fell into the crack, and were crushed by the moving rock layers. The ghost tree's life, reaping vines, continued to take the lives of the people behind it. Everyone tried their best to cross the crack in front of them, avoid the life-reaping vines, and escape. Most of them could only take care of themselves, and it was difficult for them to care about others. Mengshang, senior brother Xiaoyan, you two take young Lady Chinyu. I will bring up the rear. Chu Hen said. I know, Xiaoyan replied. Be careful, Luo Mingshang said. Immediately, Luo Mingshang was on the left, Xiaoyan on the right, and Yu Chinyu, who was the weakest among them, was in the middle. Swoosh, swoosh! 5 or 6 life-reaping vines flew over like poisonous snakes. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he put away the demon Punisher spear, summoning the limitless Fong. With a wave of the black saber, a long and narrow saber light shot out like a crescent moon. The incomparably powerful saber aura was domineering, and the flying life-reaping vines were all cut off by Chu Hen. Rumble! At this moment, the thick black clouds above everyone's head began to spin like a millstone, like a nebula vortex, and the momentum was mighty, shaking the heavens and earth. On the ground, thick black smoke suddenly rose from the cracks in the earth. The sky and the earth resonated with each other. The dense black fog from above and below began to converge. With the ghost tree as the center, the black fog rising from the ground in all directions began to converge with the dark clouds above the valley at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sky turned dark and the earth trembled. Looking from afar, the area of a few 100 meters around the ghost tree was about to form a huge bird cage, and anyone who was trapped in it would have no way out. Hurry, go! Under Chu Hen's cover, Luo Mingshang, Xiaoyan, and Yu Chenyu successfully reached the edge of the black fog. The black fog was extremely cold, and there was a bone-chilling coldness. Luo Mingshang and Xiaoyan each struck out a palm, and the black fog in front of them was pushed back. What appeared in front of them was the deep and dark abyss. It was about 10 to 20 meters wide from the opposite side. Miss Chinyu, stand firm! Luo Mingshang and Xiao Yan did not say much, and each held on to Yu Chenyu's sides as they leaped up and dashed towards the opposite side. However, the black fog below them once again surged out from the ground. Damn it! Xiao Yan's expression changed. The sudden surge of strange black fog had invaded him, causing the true origin energy in his body to circulate much more slowly. At this moment, a gentle palm force surged from behind and steadily pushed the 3 of them forward. Chu Hen! Yu Chenyu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she turned to look at the young figure behind her. Chu Hen smiled slightly, and then released the purple shadow wings, and a pair of purple light wings appeared behind his back. Chapter 264. Rumble. In the valley of the Li Valley, a pit within a pit of tens of thousands. The sudden and unexpected event caused the entire desert gorge to fall into an unprecedented upheaval and panic. The black clouds gathered in the sky above the valley surged down like a tidal wave. With the Yin Spirit Tree as the center, in all directions of the broken rock layer abyss, a thick black fog rose wantonly. It connected with the demonic Yin Qi in the sky, forming a giant bird cage. In front of them was the black fog, and behind them was the Yin spirit vines. The geniuses of the various empires were all in a state of escape. Go! Just as Chu Hen used the soft palm force to send Luo Mingshang, Xiaoyan, and Yu Chenyu away, a deadly vine flew out of nowhere and directly wrapped around Chu Hen's right ankle. Once the extremely flexible gray vine wrapped around Chu Hen's right leg, it instantly tightened and immediately pulled him back. Chu Hen! Yu Qinyu, Luo Mingshang, and Xiaoyan, who had already successfully reached the opposite side of the crack, turned around and saw the scene in front of them. They were all shocked. "Ancient tree vine!" Yu Qinyu shouted, then gently raised her hands. Along with a strong life aura, several verdant tree vines flew out from her palms and attacked Chu Hen. "Chu Hen, grab my tree vines!" However, before Yu Qinyu's ancient tree vines could reach Chu Hen's side, the dense black fog from the crack in the ground soared into the sky. When the verdant ancient tree vines came into contact with the overbearing black fog, they directly withered. Immediately after, the monstrous black fog devil barrier instantly blocked Chu Hen within it. "Chu Hen! Junior brother Chu Hen!" The few people's faces changed dramatically. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knitted, his eyes filled with a dignified look. Luo Mingshang clenched her jade-like hands, her knuckles faintly turning white. "Don't die like this." The yin qi in the sky rolled down, and the yin qi in the ground rose up. The huge black birdcage gradually took shape. The incomparably tough vines seemed to have the strength of tens of thousands of kilograms, constantly dragging Chu Hen towards the ghost tree. What was even worse was that there were still 7 or 8 life-seizing vines heading their way. Each of them was like a giant gray python, abnormally horrifying. Chu Hen hurriedly steadied himself. He raised his hand and brandished the limitless tooth in his hand. The sharp blade force slashed out and directly cut off the vine under his feet. Following that, the purple shadow wings on his back shone brightly as he flew forward. Chu Hen's speed was extremely fast. Looking at the black fog barrier that was close at hand, he felt slightly relieved. As long as he could break through this barrier, he would be able to escape from death. However, just as Chu Hen raised his black saber and was about to break through the thick fog in front of him, boom! A violent airflow shook, and a resplendent golden net of light appeared in front of Chu Hen without any warning. Chu Hen turned pale with fright. Caught off guard, he was immediately enveloped by this golden net of light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! In the next moment, the life-seizing vines that were chasing him took the opportunity to wrap around Chu Hen's limbs and waist. The heavy feeling that was comparable to thousands of kilograms of chains instantly spread throughout his body. Chu Hen's pupils shrank, and from the corner of his eyes, he saw a familiar young figure standing not far away. The young figure was looking at him with a mocking smile, and his eyebrows were clearly filled with pride. "Huang Fu Liang!" Chu Hen roared angrily. "He!" The cold and proud smile on the young man's face became more and more intense. He waved his hand at Chu Hen and replied in a frivolous tone, "Goodbye." It turned out that Huang Fu Liang had been hiding nearby since the beginning, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. To others, this was a great escape. However, to Huang Fu Liang, it was a great opportunity to get rid of Chu Hen. He did it effortlessly, and no one saw that he was the one who did it. No one knew. Swoosh, swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen's entire body was tightly wrapped by the gray life-seizing vines. From his legs to his waist, chest, neck, head a second before his line of sight was about to be blocked. A strong killing intent exploded from Chu Hen's ice-cold eyes. "Huang Fu Liang, if I don't die today, I will definitely make your entire family grieve." Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen was completely wrapped into a cocoon. Soon after, he was quickly dragged back and hung under the ghost tree. "Humph, you want to go against me, Huang Fu Liang? In your next life." Seeing that Chu Hen was completely trapped by the ghost tree, a cold smile appeared on Huang Fu Liang's face. It was impossible for Chu Hen to survive. Immediately, Huang Fu Liang did not dare to stay any longer. As he dodged the attack of the life-seizing vines, an intense, dazzling golden light burst out from his body. A deep dragon roar emitted a majestic aura. An illusory dragon shadow lingered around Huang Fu Liang's body. His body moved, and under the protection of the dragon shadow, He directly passed through the thick and overbearing black fog and steadily arrived at the outer safe zone. Rumble! The sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. A bone-piercing cold air filled the entire desert valley. The geniuses of the various empires stood far away on the surrounding mountains as their hearts were filled with palpitations of surviving a calamity. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear as they looked in front of them. The demonic barrier in the sky and the Yin energy in the ground had completely fused together. From afar, it looked like a huge blackbird's nest. Around the bird's nest, Yin energy rose and filled the air. The huge ghost tree was shrouded in it, and the souls that were hanging under the ghost tree were also shrouded in it. The geniuses of the various dynasties who had escaped from death let out a long sigh of relief. What happened just now was too thrilling. Senior brother Chi-Tung, what's going on? A young lady from the Boulder Empire asked with lingering fear. Chi-Tang's eyes narrowed as he shook his head and said, "The Desert Valley has existed since the early days of the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom. Back then, there were endless wars and fires of war, and tens of thousands of living beings lost their lives here. I think that the lingering spirits must have gathered here and transformed into that ghost tree." Everyone was secretly shocked. The ghost tree that was formed by tens of thousands of souls had gathered such a huge amount of Yin energy. "Let's go. I'm afraid the Yin energy there won't dissipate for at least half a year." Chi-Teng was the first to give up on the tranquil, spiritual spring. Even he could not last too long in the huge black fog of Yin energy, not to mention that the life-seizing vines on the ghost tree were too troublesome to deal with. Subsequently, the Wind Mist Empire's Lu Qi and the Sword Empire's Qi Ningxiao also led their teams and left. After such a soul-stirring incident, everyone's hearts were in a mess. For the time being, they were not in the mood to fight for the tokens in other people's hands. The atmosphere on the Sacred Star team's side was a lot weirder. Did Chu Hen not come out? Giant Elephant Lin Yuan frowned with a puzzled look on his face. What a surprise. Situ Feng's tone was frivolous as a gloating smile appeared on his face. Not far away, Yu Qinyu's delicate body trembled slightly. She clenched her jade-like hands tightly and bit her red lips. Her eyes became moist unconsciously. "It's all my fault." Yu Qinyu's eyes were filled with self-blame. If it was not for her, Chu Hen would have no problem escaping. "Don't blame yourself. It was just an accident." Xiao Yan's eyebrows were also filled with regret. Chu Hen's death, some people were happy, while others were sad. Huang Fuliang raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "Let's go." The geniuses from the various empires left, and the Sacred Star team naturally did not stay any longer. Lin Yuan stepped forward and comforted Yu Qinyu and the rest. "Don't be too sad. Staying here is not a solution." The spirit tree was completely sealed by the endless black fog. Even if they continued to stay, it would be of no use. Xiao Yan sighed softly and turned around to leave. Yu Qinyu's eyes were filled with tears, and she resisted the urge to cry. Junior sister Mengchang. Lin Yuan saw that Luo Mengchang was still standing in the same place and could not help but call out softly. Luo Mengchang turned her head and replied indifferently, "You guys go first. I won't be with you guys." "Oh? Why?" Huang Fuliang turned around and asked. "It's none of your business." Huang Fuliang frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. But when he thought about how Chu Hen died in his hands, he felt especially carefree. Then Huang Fuliang snorted coldly and led the crowd away. Soon, only Luo Mengchang was left in the entire desert valley. She let out a sigh of relief, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked at the huge black fog in the valley ahead with a complicated expression. "To be honest, I really don't believe that you will die so easily. Fine, I'll take the risk for you this once." Luo Mengchang's red lips moved slightly, and she muttered to herself softly. Then she moved and dashed directly toward the huge mass of black mist and Yin Qi. As she approached the edge of the abyss, Luo Mingchan's toes touched the ground lightly, and she leaped up like a spirit butterfly. Boom! Along with a particularly shocking power, a pair of illusory white light wings spread out behind Luo Mengchang. This pair of white light wings was surrounded by dazzling light patterns, and it was as holy as the legendary angel's wings. Buzz, buzz! At the same time, the surging black mist of Yin Qi came crashing down like a huge wave. However, Luo Mengchang was unmoved, and a circle of soft light surged out from her body. Something amazing happened, and the domineering Yin Qi was blocked, unable to hurt Luo Mengchang at all. Swoosh! Chapter 265. The Li Valley was filled with Yin aura. The environment was strange and gloomy like hell. It was filled with the presence of death. In the deep valley, an endless amount of dark energy surged wantonly. In the middle of the dense dark energy, 100-meter-tall giant ghost tree exuded a thick, monstrous, evil energy. Long, gray, python-like vines hung from the ghost tree. Something thick, like a cocoon, was bound to the bottom of the vines. Wrapped up by the life-seizing vines were the souls of those who had died a violent death. Bright, scarlet blood constantly flowed out from the cracks in the vines. It was extremely strange at first glance. However, there was only one cocoon that did not have any blood flowing out of it. What was different from the other vines was that this cocoon actually contained the presence of life that had not dispersed. God damn it, what the hell is this thing? Why is it so sturdy? Chu Hen cursed viciously. All he could do was stop and rest for a while. Currently, Chu Hen was trapped in a narrow space surrounded by the life-reaping vines. As all his limbs were bound tightly, Chu Hen was completely immobilized. The life-reaping vines tightened even more. If it was under normal circumstances, Chu Hen's bones would definitely have been completely shattered and his blood vessels would have burst apart. However, Chu Hen, who possessed the chaotic body, had a body far stronger than normal people. Coupled with the fact that he cultivated the flaming sun body tempering technique, a body forging technique, he did not die instantly like other people. Break! After a short period of rest, Chu Hen's body once again erupted with a hidden force attack that was as ferocious as an undercurrent. A circle of golden-red illusory flame light rose from the surface of his skin, and the vines that bound his body slightly loosened. However, it was only slightly. It was still uncomfortably sturdy. These weird vines can suppress my power, Chu Hen murmured to himself. Nirvanic light. Hiss! In an instant, 2 beams of purple light shot out from the cocoon of vines like sharp swords, and the tightly packed vines were immediately cut open. The obstruction to Chu Hen's vision was immediately removed, and the area between his eyes and eyebrows was revealed. What came into view was the huge trunk of the ghost tree. Chu Hen was suspended about 50 meters above the ground. Above his head was the crown of the giant, mushroom-like tree. 7 or 8 sturdy vines wrapped around Chu Hen, making it difficult for him to move. Buzz! Then a vigorous Reiki energy was released from Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace. Reiki energy was a power that originated from one's spiritual will. Even if one's body was restricted, one could still use it freely. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and several runes condensed in front of him. Under Chu Hen's control, the runes transformed into an illusory, sharp blade. Swoosh! The sharp blade flew out like a flowing light, slashing toward the vines on Chu Hen's body. Bang! Along with a dull explosion, a layer of scattered air waves rippled in the air. The illusory sharp blade directly shattered, and the vines where the blade landed only left a shallow mark. It was not cut in the slightest. Sigh! Chu Hen helplessly sighed. Actually, this was not out of his expectations. After all, these vines were something that even Wu Xiao, who had a cultivation level of core transformation stage, could not destroy. Moreover, Chu Hen's attainment in Reiki energy was only at the level of a first-grade intermediate rune master. The strength of Reiki energy was equivalent to the first level of the natal opening stage. It would be strange if he could break these vines. Just as Chu Hen was thinking of a way to escape, a drop of ice-cold water suddenly fell from the sky and landed between his eyebrows. Ta! The cool feeling startled Chu Hen. Immediately after, a circle of gentle light spread out from between his eyebrows. At this moment, Chu Hen clearly felt the activity of the street tree in his Niwen palace. This is... Chu Hen's gaze moved up and saw that there was a sparkling and translucent spirit liquid slowly flowing through the cracks in the bark of the tree trunk. Tranquil spirit spring. Chu Hen's mind lit up. No wonder the Reiki energy in his Niwen palace was so active. It turned out to be the tranquil spirit spring. There was a way. A pleasantly surprised glint flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. Soon after, without a word, he hurriedly controlled the Reiki energy and spread it out. The tranquil spirit spring in the crack of the tree was immediately attracted by the force and transformed into a tiny stream of clear water that gushed towards Chu Hen below. Buzz, buzz, an extremely peculiar energy wave was released. Under the guidance of the Reiki energy, the stream of tranquil spirit spring directly entered between Chu Hen's eyebrows and into his Niwen palace. Boom! In an instant, Chu Hen's Niwen palace became abnormally restless. In the middle of the hazy and dim space, a dozen meters tall street tree was covered with strange symbols. The silver leaves were resplendent and dazzling. The stream of tranquil spirit spring surrounded the street tree and watered it. In the next instant, the Reiki energy emitted by the street tree became even more active as a vigorous vitality filled the air. The street tree rapidly grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the level of a second-grade intermediate rune master and grew towards a higher level. Feeling the Tao tree that was continuously becoming bigger and bigger, as well as the spiritual energy that was becoming stronger and stronger, Chu Hen was very happy. The power of the quiet and secluded spirit spring was really magical. Just a small portion of it was able to make the street tree grow so quickly. As long as he collected enough tranquil spirit spring, he would be able to rapidly increase the level of a rune master. He would then be able to use a higher level rune technique to break the shackles and escape from his predicament. The heavens really haven't given up on me, Chu Hen. Huang Fuliang, once I escape, I will definitely make you pay me back double. Chu Hen thought coldly in his heart. However, at this moment, a bone-piercing cold wind suddenly attacked. Chu Hen's heart suddenly trembled as an extremely dangerous aura suddenly invaded his mind. Hee. Wah. What followed closely was that sharp and ear-piercing strange laughter. Chu Hen was greatly shocked, and before he could even react to what had happened, he suddenly felt an extremely evil and strong power barge into his Niwen palace. Damn it! Buzz! The cold wind blew, but Chu Hen's Niwen palace was in a state of turmoil. An incomparably large mass of black fog surged wantonly and invaded his Niwen palace. Then, illusory spirits quickly came out of the black fog. The number of spirits was especially large. They were densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirits were like evil spirits, and they quickly rushed towards Chu Hen's street tree. This sudden change caught Chu Hen off guard. In the middle of the Li Valley, a pit within a pit of tens of thousands for thousands of years, countless spirits had gathered in this place of extreme negative energy, forming the huge ghost tree. Above the ghost tree, there were also countless spirits. Spirits could kill people, and they could even devour the souls of others. Chu Hen's street tree was born to nurture spirits, so it was especially attractive to these spirits. And because spirits did not have a physical body, they could enter Chu Hen's Niwen palace. If it was only a small number of spirits, Chu Hen would not care at all. But this number was simply innumerable, making one's scalp tingle and hair stand on end. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Hen's street tree was besieged by countless spirits. From head to tail, from top to bottom, the densely packed spirits completely covered the street tree. Chu Hen's Reiki energy was rapidly being devoured, and the vitality of the street tree was also rapidly decreasing. At this moment, Chu Hen had a feeling that a disaster was imminent. Once the street tree was destroyed, these spirits would devour his soul. Once the soul was devoured, the person would be completely finished. Sitting and waiting for death was not Chu Hen's character. Under such circumstances, Chu Hen could only do his best to refine and absorb the energy of the spirit spring, using the powerful energy in the spirit spring to continuously replenish the Reiki energy that was being devoured by the street tree. But the more Chu Hen did this, the more excited the spirits became. The reason was simple. Spirits had a lot of limitations, and the energy contained in the spirit spring was beyond what they could handle. And now, Chu Hen was using the energy of the spirit spring to replenish the Reiki energy of the street tree. This was equivalent to a transformation in the middle. After the transformation, the energy was truly the power of the spirit, and this power was also within the range of what the spirits could handle. This situation was really a dilemma. If he did not continue to refine the spirit spring, the street tree would be devoured in an instant. If he continued, it would indirectly help the spirits to gradually become stronger. Chu Hen was extremely anxious. During the period of refining the spirit spring, he was constantly releasing Reiki energy to attack these spirits. Even though the spirits were destroyed by Chu Hen one after the other, there were still countless spirits that continued to charge forward wave after wave. Chu Hen, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came into Chu Hen's ears. The soft voice sounded ethereal in his ears, and like a spring breeze, it tugged at Chu Hen's heartstrings. It was Luo Mengchang. However, Chu Hen's eyes were closed, and he could not answer the other party at all. Now, as long as there was a single mistake, Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace would be directly attacked by the spirits. At that time, he would be completely finished. Under the spirit tree, the elegant and otherworldly Luo Mengchang stood under the tree like a fairy. Her pair of eyes that were as soft as water were filled with seriousness as she stared at Chu Hen, who was being entangled by vines and suspended in the air. Although she did not get an answer, Luo Mengchang was very sure that Chu Hen was wrapped up by the vines. Outside of Chu Hen's body, there was an extremely thick yin qi. Within the yin qi, there was a constant sound of a ghost that made one's scalp tingle. The spirit tree did not attack me. It seems that it is using all its strength to deal with Chu Hen. Chapter 266. At this moment, Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace was completely occupied by the countless spirits. At this point, the only thing Chu Hen could do was to hold on to the street tree as his last line of defense. As long as the street tree was not destroyed, these spirits could not do anything to him. Even so, based on the current situation, Chu Hen's street tree could be destroyed at any time. The densely packed spirits were like a swarm of locusts as they surrounded Chu Hen's street tree. They entrenched themselves on the tree trunk, gnawed on the spirit leaves, hugged the tree trunk, and devoured the Reiki energy. Such a terrifying scene was enough to make one's scalp go numb. All kinds of sharp, evil spirits, roars exploded in Chu Hen's ears. His entire brain felt like it was about to explode. Soon, something even worse happened. The wisp of energy from the tranquil, spiritual spring that he had just obtained had already been used up. Chu Hen was extremely shocked and anxious. The street tree did not grow much, but all of it benefited these spirits. Unfortunately, these spirits could not be fed at all. Without the support of the tranquil, spiritual spring energy, the street tree began to be rapidly devoured by the spirits. The lush leaves were bitten off one by one, and the branches were gnawed off one by one. In the blink of an eye, the tree, which was full of life and lush leaves, seemed to have reached the depths of winter. All that was left was the withered tree trunk. Even so, these spirits still had no intention of letting Chu Hen go. They continued to advance wave after wave, attacking the street tree. Buzz! Just as Chu Hen was at a loss of what to do, a thick and powerful force suddenly surged towards him. Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat. This force originated from the tranquil, spiritual spring. In a split second, for streams of tranquil, spiritual spring energy were directed into Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace from 4 different directions, and quickly surged towards the withered street tree. Boom! When it received the irrigation from the 4 streams of serene spirit spring water, in an instant, the dim Tao tree once again glowed with exuberant life force. The withered tree bark and branches quickly grew new green shoots. It was Mengshang. Chu Hen's heart lit up. He was pleasantly surprised. Presumably, Luo Mengchang was drawing the other tranquil spirit springs from the outside world into her body. Chu Hen's heart was once again filled with hope. Immediately, he commanded the street tree to absorb and refine the pure power of the tranquil spiritual spring as fast as he could. The amount of serene, tranquil spirit spring that Luo Mengchang had channeled into Chu Hen's body far exceeded the previous strand. Naturally, the energy contained within was many times greater. While the street tree was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, it kept releasing dazzling runes. These runes launched a fierce counterattack against the surrounding Yin souls. Wow! Iwu! The ear-piercing screams were like sharp weapons piercing one's eardrums. One by one, the Yin souls were either killed or devoured by other Yin souls after being injured. The tranquil spirit spring water was extremely helpful to inscriptionists. Chu Hen could clearly feel that the street tree was constantly growing. Apart from that, the energy contained in the tranquil spirit spring water was also constantly cleansing the meridians in Chu Hen's body. It washed away the impurities in his body, causing his meridians to constantly expand and strengthen. In the outside world, under the spirit tree, Luo Mengchang floated more than 30 meters in the air. The pair of pure white wings on her back exuded an extremely holy aura. Under Luo Mengchang's control, the tranquil spirit spring water that flowed through the cracks of the spirit tree continuously flowed towards Chu Hen, who was suspended in midair. The streams of tranquil spirit spring water were like streams that flowed into a lake. Every stream of tranquil spirit spring water glowed with a soft light. They were crystal clear, as if they were the essence of the 9 heavens, Milky Way in the night sky. Hang in there. If you die here, you'll be letting me down. Luo Mengchang frowned slightly and pursed her red lips. There were faint ripples in her beautiful eyes. In fact, only Luo Mengchang herself knew that she was taking a huge risk by coming back this time. After all, the Yin Qi that gathered here was something that even the top geniuses of the 6 great dynasties did not dare to try easily. The reason why Luo Mengchang dared to return here was because of the special boundary of her bloodline. Even so, if Luo Mengchang was slightly careless, she would end up with serious injuries or even death. Therefore, if Chu Hen could not hang in there, he would really be letting Luo Mengchang down. Time passed by minute. When the last stream of tranquil spirit spring water entered Chu Hen's body, Luo Mengchang landed on the ground like a butterfly. Her beautiful face was obviously much paler, and her aura was much weaker. Her beautiful eyes rippled as she looked solemnly at Chu Hen, who was hanging in the vines. Her red lips parted slightly as she murmured softly, "I can only help you to this point. Whether you live or die, it's up to you." All the tranquil spirit spring water in the entire spirit tree was channeled into Chu Hen's Naiwan Palace by Luo Mengchang. If this matter were to spread out, Luo Mengchang's behavior would probably make countless people stomp their feet and call her wastrel. She was definitely a wastrel. Previously, just some spirit liquid was enough to make countless people fight over it. Luo Mengchang did not keep a single bit of this huge amount of spirit spring water for herself. She gave all of it to Chu Hen. This could be said to be an action that angered even the gods. It was too wasteful, too extravagant. With the endless supply of tranquil spirit spring water, Chu Hen street tree had already grown to more than 50 meters. Moreover, it had once again become lush and full of life. While the Reiki energy was constantly breaking through and skyrocketing, the spirits that were constantly devouring Chu Hen's energy were also becoming stronger and stronger. Sensing that the supply of tranquil spirit spring water had stopped, Chu Hen also understood that the spirit spring water must have been used up. Now, it was the last and most critical moment. Humph! Since you bastards want to devour me, I'll let you devour as much as you want. Buzz! In the next instant, an extremely majestic surge of Reiki energy suddenly erupted from the street tree. Rays of dazzling runic light wantonly blossomed. The dazzling holy light was like a sharp sword that wantonly pierced through the spirits and minced them into pieces. For a time, miserable shrieks rang out. Chu Hen's Niwen Palace seemed to have become a living hell as various hair-raising, ghostly wails rose and fell. The spirits gathered on the street tree were all knocked back. The energy of the tranquil spirit spring continued to merge with the street tree. Chu Hen's Reiki energy continued to break through. Arg. Kiki. Een souls were constantly being minced and killed, but there were even more Een souls that chose to charge forward wave after wave. Rumble. Suddenly, at this moment, an extremely domineering aura suddenly erupted from the Dao tree. Soon after, a huge black figure slowly appeared behind the Dao tree. The black figure had the silhouette of a human, and there was a vast, chaotic space above its head. Its entire body exuded a shocking, domineering aura that could shake the heavens and earth. Chu Hen's heart trembled. Shortly afterwards, the energy from the chaotic body filled his body. After so long, the chaotic body has finally broken through. I can finally possess even greater power. Chaotic body, let me see just what kind of shocking power you possess. Chu Hen called out inside. He unleashed the power of the bloodline boundary of the chaotic body. All the spirits immediately became abnormally terrified when they saw the huge figure. They all stopped their attacks on Chu Hen's street tree. The presence of the black figure made them particularly fearful. Following that, the black silhouette slowly extended its right arm. Its huge palm opened up, and like a parasol, it covered the sky above Chu Hen's tree of Tao. Rumble! In the next moment, the street tree directly erupted with a demonic black light. The mysterious inscriptions on the tree flickered as the inscriptions on the leaves shone brightly. A wild gust of wind rose up, and the space above the street tree twisted violently. Afterwards, the space split open, and a huge black whirlpool appeared above the street tree. Rumble! Chu Hen's Niwen Palace began to shake violently. The black whirlpool immediately erupted with an unstoppable suction force. Afterwards, the spirits in the surroundings were all ripped apart by the extremely powerful air currents. They were unable to resist at all as they surged into the black whirlpool. They were instantly swallowed. Chapter 267. Within Chu Hen's Niwen Palace, various kinds of violent turbulence and chaos were set off. The power of the chaotic body suddenly appeared at this moment, displaying a great might that Chu Hen had never seen before. The gigantic shadow placed its hand above the Tao tree, and a mighty black whirlpool appeared between the heavens and the earth. The unstoppable tearing force was like an underwater whirlpool, constantly devouring the souls in the surroundings. Ah! The souls were all terrified, every single one of them extremely shocked. Soon after, the densely packed ghosts rapidly gathered together, and the enormous power continued to rise and become stronger. A dense white light flashed, and the countless ghosts instantly formed an incomparably huge ghost that was 100 feet tall. Compared to the other souls that were more illusionary, the one in front of him was especially solid. It had a hideous face, sharp claws, and a terrifying aura. It was enough to make people's hair stand on end. Chu Hen's Niwen Palace was about to become a battlefield. Feeling the threat emitted from the body of the ghost, Chu Hen's mind shivered. He furiously roared in his heart and said, "This is my territory. I will let you know who is in charge here. Demonic eye, power of—" Buzz, buzz. In an instant, the sky above the street tree was filled with countless rays of demonic purple light. Countless rays of resplendent purple light attacked from all directions, like rivers flowing into a river. In the blink of an eye, a huge pair of demonic purple eyes suddenly appeared in front of the domineering black shadow. All kinds of powerful forces filled his Niwen palace. An entire space was faintly shaking. The purple eyes radiated with a disdainful might, like the eyes of an ancient demon god. Buzz, buzz. Afterwards, a dazzling ray of light as bright as the sun was released from the eyes. The vast purple light filled the sky and surged towards the huge soul. Ah, the aura of the soul was immediately suppressed. Strands of white mist constantly rose from its body, as if it was being shone by the midday sun. Its solid body became transparent. Boom! Soon after, the black light that lingered on Chu-Hen Street tree rose like a black flame. In the next instant, a huge black hand suddenly stretched out from the street tree and grabbed the throat of the ghost in front of it with lightning speed. The spirit struggled with all its might, letting out a piercing shriek. Following that, countless thin and long black rays of light were released from the wrist of the giant hand. The black rays of light bloomed like fireworks, quickly entangling the hands, feet, abdomen, chest, and head of the Een spirit. The Een soul was tightly bound. With a forceful tug, the giant black hand forcefully dragged the gigantic Een spirit into the interior of the Tao tree. Rumble. Wow. The space trembled endlessly. The giant spirit that had been dragged into the street tree was like a ferocious beast trapped in a quagmire, struggling with all its might. Soon after, two different beams of light, one purple and one black, flowed up and down the Tao tree like streams of spiritual spring water, intersecting and circling around it. The furious and ferocious spirit was quickly suppressed. It's over. The turbulent Niwen palace instantly calmed down. The chaotic body, the sacred demonic pupil body, the power of the two great bloodlines combined to suppress the tens of thousands of spirits. It was a moment of life and death. If it wasn't for the energy from the spiritual spring, if it wasn't for the evolution of the chaotic body at the crucial moment, it was really over for him. Buzz, buzz! Suddenly, the street tree that had not completely calmed down suddenly shone brightly again. An extremely thick and powerful energy suddenly surged out. This is the energy of those spirits? Chu-Hen was both astonished and shocked. At the same time, he was also deeply, pleasantly surprised. He could clearly feel that his Tao tree was currently devouring those ghosts. The situation before and after had completely reversed 180 degrees in one go. Just now, it was the spirits devouring the street tree. Now, it was the street tree devouring the spirits. In other words, the spirits not only had to spit out the Reiki energy they had swallowed, but they also had to return it with interest. In a split second, the Reiki energy that was like a sea of smoke constantly nourished and irrigated Chu-Hen street tree. The street tree grew extremely fast. The tree trunk grew stronger and stronger, and the luxuriant branches and leaves were full of vitality. The branches and leaves with a green luster swayed with a faint silver light, like a silver bell that was crisp and pleasant to the ear. 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters, more than 90 meters, a large number of spirits continuously became nutrients for the street tree, especially since these spirits all had the energy from the spiritual spring. This made the foundation of the street tree several times stronger and more stable. Chu-Hen's inscription master realm was also increasing rapidly. 6th stage, 7th stage, 8th stage. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the level of a 9th stage intermediate inscription master. Moreover, the strength of the Reiki energy was still increasing rapidly. One must know that a drop of spiritual spring had the effect of stabilizing the foundation of the street tree. However, what Chu Hen absorbed was not just 1 or 2 drops, but the clear specter spirit spring in all the nether soul trees. This was a very large number. If Chu Hen refined and absorbed all of it, what level would he break through to? But no one knew. In the blink of an eye, half a month quietly passed. 1/3 of the Six Nations Apex Heavenly List Tournament had passed. Under the spirit tree, Luo Mengchang had not left even half a step. She was watching over Chu Hen, who was tied up by vines and was in an unknown situation. Luo Mengchang did not dare to rashly put Chu Hen down. She could only wait here patiently. "Sai, I don't know what I owed you in my previous life. You wasted so much of my time." Luo Mengchang sighed softly with a hint of boredom in her beautiful eyes. For more than half a month, she did nothing but watch over Chu Hen. It was really boring. Although she did not know what she owed Chu Hen in her previous life, she had received help from him twice in this life. "If you don't come back to life, you will be letting me down." "Kacha!" At this moment, a slight sound of something breaking could be heard. Luo Mengchang raised her beautiful eyes and quickly looked up. She saw that the vines that tied up Chu Hen had actually started to crack. Then more and more cracks appeared, and an extremely strong aura suddenly leaked out from the inside. Luo Mengchang clenched her jade-like hands, and her eyebrows were full of solemnity. Did the spirit occupy Chu Hen's body, or did Chu Hen persist until the end? It was hard to say. Then, a chaotic and rapid gust of wind blew. Chapter 268. Bang! Under the ghost tree, the tightly knit vines suddenly burst open. Along with a particularly strong aura, a young and determined figure with an aura that suppressed all directions. His figure was elegant and out of this world, and he steadily landed on the ground. Buzz! A powerful wave of air swept out from under Chu Hen's feet, and the dead branches and leaves on the ground were swept away like they were being swept by the autumn wind. All of them were blown backwards. Chu Hen's black hair was elegant, and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. His sharp outline revealed a trace of evil charm, and his extraordinary eyebrows were full of a transcendent aura. Luo Mengshang gently clenched her jade-like hands, and her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of solemnity. She tentatively called out softly, "Chu Hen!" Boom! Before her voice died away, the ghost tree behind the two suddenly collapsed, and the huge tree trunk decayed and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gray leaves, like dead ashes, turned into fine dust and dissipated with the wind in just a few blinks of an eye. The huge 100-meter-tall ghost tree suddenly turned into a pile of black dust. Rumble. Immediately after, the demonic yin qi that shrouded the world also dissipated. Seeing this scene, Luo Mingshang's hanging heart finally calmed down. Even the ghost tree was dead, which also meant that in the end, Chu Hen had the last laugh. "How are you?" Luo Mingshang walked in front of Chu Hen and asked. Chu Hen's aura then converged, and his bright eyes that were like stars looked at her with gratitude and a smile. "Thank you." Luo Mingshang waved her hand, and the corner of her small mouth raised into a charming smile. "We're even." Chu Hen also smiled. To be honest, if Luo Mingshang had not channeled all the quiet spirit spring in the ghost tree into Chu Hen's Naiwan palace at that critical moment, Chu Hen would not have been able to hold on for so long. It would have been even more impossible for him to stabilize his footing and complete the evolution of the chaotic body at the last moment. Now that he thought about it, it was really dangerous. Seriously, how could you be so careless before? Yu Chenyu thought that you were dead and was crying nonstop. Luo Mingshang raised her eyebrows and smiled with interest. Chu Hen's face turned cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "It's not that I was careless." "Oh." Luo Mengchang was slightly surprised, but she quickly understood. "Someone deliberately tricked you?" Chu Hen nodded in agreement. "Could it be Huang Fuliang?" Who else could it be if not him? That guy really isn't easy to deal with. Luo Mingshang's eyes were filled with a little surprise. She and Huang Fuliang were from the same academy, and even Mentor Red Lotus had praised Huang Fuliang a lot. She appreciated that Huang Fuliang was a person who acted swiftly and decisively, was ruthless and merciless, and was good at enduring, waiting for the right time to give his opponent a fatal blow. Including that time in the imperial city, Chu Hen had already suffered from Huang Fuliang's hands twice in a row. This time, he had almost lost his life. While Chu Hen was becoming more and more cautious about this opponent, Huang Fuliang constantly stimulated the hatred and anger in Chu Hen's heart. All right. In fact, this is considered a blessing in disguise this time. Your cultivation level has improved a lot. You should have broken through to the 6th stage of the core transformation realm. However, seeing Chu Hen's slightly gloomy face, Luo Mingshang changed the topic. Chu Hen's expression calmed down, and he nodded slightly. Yes, after absorbing so much tranquil spiritual spring, I have indeed reached the 6th stage of the core transformation realm. The main effect of the tranquil spiritual spring is not related to the physical body. I am more curious about the extent of the growth of your street tree. Huh. A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. You already knew that I condensed the Tao seed. Speaking of which, the news that Chu Hen was also an inscription master had not spread. Moreover, it was still a secret that very few people knew. A hint of playfulness appeared on Luo Mingshang's beautiful face, and her red lips moved slightly as she said, I already knew when we were in St. Bell City. Chu Hen smiled and shook his head, but he could not see through this young girl in front of him. Similarly, Luo Mingshang could not see through Chu Hen at all. Even so, there was an indescribable trust between the two of them. From the first time they met, that kind of trust had continued until now. In particular, Luo Mingshang had disregarded her own safety to rescue him, which made Chu Hen feel especially touched. My street tree has already exceeded 100 meters. Chu Hen said with a smile, 100 meters. Luo Mingshang's beautiful eyes widened, and her small mouth opened slightly. In other words, you are now a high-level inscription master. Yes, so fast. It has only been half a month. Luo Mingshang exclaimed softly, but on second thought, there was nothing strange about it. After all the tranquil spirit spring in the entire ghost tree had entered Chu Hen's body. Moreover, there must still be a large part of the tranquil spirit spring left in Chu Hen's body that could not be completely refined and absorbed. If all the power was refined, Chu Hen's realm would definitely not be limited to this. Of course, an intermediate inscription master and a high-level inscription master could not be compared on the same level. In the future, the speed of growth in the realm would naturally not be as fast as before. However, to Chu Hen, being able to break through the realm of a high-level engraving master in such a short amount of time was already a great surprise. Since you are fine, let's leave this place, Luo Mingshang said. She had stayed here for half a month and did not want to stay any longer. Wait, Chu Hen said. What's wrong? Collecting tokens. Collecting tokens? Chu Hen smiled without saying a word. Then he dug out a bundle of sturdy vines from the ruins of the ghost tree. After cutting the vines with the chi blade in his palm, a withered corpse appeared in front of them. This corpse had been sucked dry by the ghost tree, leaving only skin and bones. From the pattern on the corpse's clothes, it could be determined that this person was a genius of the Flame Shadow Dynasty. Luo Mingshang, who was not far away, frowned slightly. She quickly understood what Chu Hen meant. Previously, when the ghost tree exploded, it killed a lot of people. Most of those people still had their keepsakes on them. The ghost tree had devoured their essence blood, so their storage items were naturally left behind. I'm going to make another windfall. Chu Hen generously took off the storage ring from the person's body, searched it, and then took out a fiery red jade pendant. This was really easy to get. Seeing Chu Hen's bandit-like behavior, Luo Mingshang could not help but feel a little amused. This guy in front of her was really special. Chu Hen did not know what Luo Mingshang was thinking. He continued to be busy with his own things, constantly dragging out dried corpses from the ruins, and happily collecting the keepsakes of the various dynasties. Soon, nearly 30 dried corpses appeared in front of them. 2/3 of them had tokens on them. There are 20 tokens. After Chu Hen was done, he returned to Luo Mingshang's side and shook the storage rings, bracelets, and belts in his hands. Luo Mingshang was annoyed and amused at the same time. Aren't you rich now? Yes, they are all top genius teams from various countries. There are a lot of treasures. We can split it equally. Luo Mingshang quickly shook her head. I don't want it. Just give me 5 tokens so I don't have to go around and rob others. It's really boring. Why not? There are still a few spiritual weapons. I don't really want them. You should keep them for yourself. I don't lack spiritual weapons and elixirs. However, seeing the relaxed smile on Luo Mingshang's face, Chu Hen did not say anything more. All right then. If you have any requests in the future, please remember to tell me. I will definitely complete them for you. Yes, all right, it's a deal. It's a deal. Immediately, Chu Hen took out 5 tokens and handed them to her, then kept a large number of storage equipment into his own bag and was ready to leave. Let's go. Chu Hen turned around and glanced at the 30 dried corpses behind him, among which there were geniuses from the Holy Star team. 6 nations battle, heaven list battle. Life was really unpredictable. There were still 40 days until the end of the preliminary round, and it was still unknown whether they could successfully enter the finals. Chapter 269. After leaving the Leaving Valley, Chu Hen and Luo Mingchang set off towards the central region of the Seven Souls Ancient Kingdom. Mingchang, you seem to be quite familiar with the route of the Seven Souls Ancient Kingdom? Chu Hen asked. After spending so much time together, the relationship between the two of them had improved quite a bit. Previously, Chu Hen had always called her Miss Mingshang, but after Luo Mingshang's request, he removed the last 2 words and just called her by her name. To Chu Hen's surprise, Luo Mingchang seemed to be quite familiar with the route of the Seven Souls Ancient Kingdom. She was basically the one who brought Chu Hen along. Yes, before the Heaven List tournament, I specially went to learn about the terrain and various ruins of the Seven Souls Ancient Kingdom. Luo Mingchang replied. I see. Chu Hen nodded, then casually asked, I've always been curious about one thing. Go on. There's a very unstable force in your body, right? Last time, it was at the Heaven Lake mountain range, and then at the great waterfall at the other side of the canyon. Chu Hen had seen her encounter that kind of situation twice. However, every time Luo Mingchang made some adjustments, her cultivation would increase by a large margin. Luo Mingchang lightly smiled and lightly turned around. Her long hair that was as black as silk was beautiful and moving. She faced Chu Hen, and with her back facing him, she said, Then, if I tell you my matters, will you also tell me your secrets? Chu Hen smiled. What secret do you want to know? The limit of your bloodline, of course. What kind of physique do you have? Chu Hen pondered for a moment, then said, I don't know how to say it. Why? Chu Hen paused and looked into her bright eyes. He shook his head and said, Because I don't want to lie to you. Because he didn't want to lie to her. He didn't know how to say it. These words sounded a bit hard to pronounce and could easily confuse people. However, Luo Mingchang understood what he meant. Her beautiful face lit up with a clear smile. Me too. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't know how to say it either. Chu Hen couldn't help but laugh. All right then. For the time being, let's keep our secrets to ourselves. Let's wait until another day to exchange. Which day? Which day do you think is good? Chu Hen asked. Luo Mingchang began to ponder. Her pair of clear and beautiful eyes moved slightly, but she looked particularly serious. Chu Hen looked at her with a smile and didn't interrupt her. I understand. Let's exchange that secret on the day I get married, Luo Mingshang suddenly said. Huh. Chu Hen looked puzzled. Why did you choose the day you get married? Because after I get married, I will definitely tell my secret to the person I marry. By then, everyone will know, and it will no longer be a secret. So before that, while it's still a secret, we can exchange it first. Luo Mingshang's beautiful eyes rippled as she nodded and said softly. Hearing what she said, Chu Hen couldn't help but smile. I'm afraid that when you're about to get married, you won't want to know about me anymore. That's not necessarily true. I'm still quite curious. Let's just say it like this. Remember to look for me on the day I get married. Hee hee. Okay, I'll definitely ask for a drink at the wedding. Well, it's a deal. It's a deal. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. There was a sense of youthful innocence. Luo Mingshang had been walking with her back facing him. Just as she was about to turn around, she didn't notice a pit under her feet. She stepped on air and fell to the left. Be careful! With a soft cry from Chu Hen, she quickly dashed out. Immediately afterward, Luo Mingshang, who had yet to fall, felt a strong arm tightly around her slender waist, and her body stopped steadily. Chu Hen held Luo Mingshang in his arms diagonally. Their gazes instantly met at a close distance. Their pupils unconsciously dilated as an indescribable, throbbing feeling tugged at their heartstrings. The faint fragrance on Luo Mingshang's body was very pleasant. Her fair skin seemed to be so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her pretty little face quietly flushed red as she said in a low voice, "That I won't fall, huh?" Chu Hen was startled and quickly let go of the other party. "No, I'm sorry." Just now, Chu Hen was indeed a little excited. No matter what, Luo Mingshang was at the same level as him. How could she fall so easily? However, seeing Chu Hen's slightly embarrassed look, Luo Mingshang couldn't help but smile and reply, "It's okay." Just as Chu Hen was about to speak again, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and a cold light flashed from the corner of his eyes. He looked sideways at the deep jungle on the right and said, "Who's sneaking around there?" Buzz. After saying that, Chu Hen raised his hand and raised his palm, and a domineering palm shockwave suddenly spread out. The mighty power was comparable to a torrent rushing down, and several trees were broken in the middle, and shrubs and vegetation were flattened. Then, along with a panic scream, a wretched figure stumbled and fell down. Luo Mingshang then walked to Chu Hen's side, and a trace of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. "It's the Mammoth Martial House." Mammoth Martial House? Chu Hen's aura was slightly restrained, and it seemed that he was one of the sacred star team. The disheveled figure stabilized himself and raised his dust-covered face. When he saw Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang, his eyes suddenly lit up. "It's you guys." This person's face was a little familiar. He seemed to have seen this person during the Earth List Top 32 battle, but Chu Hen could not remember what his name was at the moment. Before Chu Hen could speak, the person ran forward and said, "Chu Hen, hurry, go to Sacred Fire City. Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang are being attacked there." "What?" Chu Hen's expression changed, and he asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Long Qingyang accidentally obtained a mystical Scarlet Flames fire seed in Sacred Fire City, and ended up being surrounded by a large number of enemies. Mystical Scarlet Flames. Chu Hen frowned. Luo Mingshang's red lips opened slightly, and she said in a low voice, "The mystical Scarlet Flames is a very domineering flame, and even the hardest marble would instantly melt into liquid upon contact with it." Chu Hen was shocked again, and his expression changed again and again. The man from the Mammoth Martial House continued, "That's right, it's this mystical Scarlet Flames. Many people want to obtain that fire seed. We were outnumbered, so I could only come out to find help." What's the situation now? Chapter 270. Long Qingyang has already refined the mystical disease Scarlet Flame fire seed, so he can't move an inch. The mystical disease formation is helping him, but he won't be able to hold out for long. The man from the giant elephant martial house said anxiously. Chu Hen's mood instantly turned heavy, a hint of gloom appearing between his sharp brows as he asked coldly, "Where is St. Fire City?" "About 5 miles southeast." St. Fire City. This was once one of the most prosperous cities in the Seven Souls ancient kingdom. It had been in turmoil for 1,000 years, and now it looked exceptionally old. Broken walls and an ancient and desolate atmosphere filled the city. However, at this moment, St. Fire City was especially noisy and clamorous. "Long Qingyang, if you know what's good for you, hand over the mystical disease, Scarlet Flame Fire Seed. Otherwise, I'll make sure you and your siblings die today. Long Qingyang, you won't be able to escape. If you don't want to die, hand over the fire seed with both hands." The central square of St. Fire City. 20 to 30 young geniuses with sharp auras were standing guard under a majestic and unique Tao platform. Most of them were from the Flame Shadow Empire and Tianluo Empire. Most of the people from the Flame Shadow Empire had fire-attributed constitutions, so the mystical disease, Scarlet Flame Fire Seed, was extremely tempting. The Tao platform was connected to the ground by stone steps, and on top of the platform was a large and majestic statue that looked like a ball of vigorous flames. Even though it had been drenched by wind and rain for countless years, the statue was still in perfect condition and gave off a dignified and sacred aura. On the platform below the sculpture, there were 6 people. They were Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Tensei Prefectures by Yu Yue, Ji Xian, and 2 other geniuses from the Saint Star team. Long Qingyang was currently sitting on the ground with his eyes tightly shut, his brows furrowed like 2 dead silkworms. Extremely restless energy undulations spread from his body, causing his skin to turn fiery red as an incomparably scorching aura continuously surged out of his body. It gave people the feeling that it was a flaming mountain range that was brewing magma and could erupt at any time. Junior sister Xian Shuang. Junior brother Qingyang's condition is too unstable. I'm afraid he can't suppress the power of the mystical, swift scarlet flame. A young man from the Sacred Star team said in a deep voice. Wisps of scarlet flames suddenly rose from Long Qingyang's body as soon as he finished speaking. Long Qingyang shuddered. Then another ball of white flames surged out of his body. It was the bone flame spirit fire that Long Qingyang had subdued earlier, and he was controlling it to suppress the scarlet flames. The bone blaze spiritual fire and the mysterious speed scarlet flame were both very tyrannical and special flames in this world. If Long Qingyang could control these 2 flames, it would definitely bring him great benefits and great power. But given the current situation, it was a little troublesome to deal with. The power of the mystical disease, Scarlet Flame, was extremely tyrannical. Long Qingyang's meridians felt like they were being burned, and his skin became increasingly bright red. He looked like he could faint at any time. Long Xuanchuang's pretty face changed slightly. She raised her palm and released a wisp of mystical ice chi towards Long Qingyang. Bzz. Long Qingyang's condition improved a little after being suppressed by the mystical ice chi. Long Qingyang's eyes were still tightly shut, and his throat moved slightly as he slowly spat out a few words. You guys, go. The few of them frowned slightly, their expressions solemn. At the same time, the geniuses below the Tao platform were getting impatient. You guys really are stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll show you what a dead end looks like. With that, a sinister-looking man with a sharp sword in his hand flew towards the Tao platform in front of him. But before he could set foot on the first step, a crimson, rotating curtain of light rose with a loud hum. The sword-wielding man was caught off guard and was immediately pushed back by the crimson, rotating curtain of light. Rumble, powerful waves of air rumbled in the air as an illusory crimson curtain of light rose around the Tao platform, forming a large semicircle that was dozens of meters wide, protecting Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the others within it. The moment this great mystical illness formation disappears will be the moment all of you die. Long Qingyang, I advise you to stop fighting like cornered beasts. The great mystical illness formation can only run for another 15 minutes at most. You guys should just surrender. The crowd on the plaza shouted. We can't keep wasting time like this. Ji Xian of the Tensei Prefecture said in a low voice. Bai Yuyue frowned slightly from the side. Soon after, she replied in a cold voice, the mysterious speed scarlet flames have already started to fuse with his true yuan. If we forcefully remove the mysterious speed scarlet flames now, it will directly cause his yuan core to shatter. The shattering of his yuan core would mean that Long Qingyang would become a cripple. To any wuxiu, this was a fate worse than death. Moreover, someone as proud as Long Qingyang would never accept such an outcome. Of course, Ji Xian was well aware of this. However, Ji Xian had no intention of staying here to defend until the very last moment. Moreover, Long Qingyang was Chu Hen's elder brother. In Ji Xian's opinion, there was no need to put himself in danger for Long Qingyang. All of you leave, Long Xuanchuang suddenly said. The others were stunned as they looked at each other. Long Xuanchuang's red lips parted slightly. This has nothing to do with you. There's no need to drag you into this. Apart from Ji Xian, who did not hesitate, Bai Yue and the other two were slightly hesitant. They had formed a small team ever since they entered the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom ruins. Over the past month, they had helped each other. Xian, Xuanchuang, you leave too, Long Qingyang said with difficulty as he tried to stabilize the violent energy in his body. At this point, Long Qingyang knew that he was in deep trouble. He didn't want to drag anyone else down with him. However, Long Xuanchuang did not speak. Instead, she continued to release Xian Ice Qi to help him suppress the overbearing energy in his body. Long Xuanchuang, are you listening to me? I'm your elder brother. Won't you listen to me for once? Don't act all high and mighty. I've never treated you as an elder brother. The two of them are the same as the dead father. They like to act tough in everything. Long Xuanchuang grumbled a little. Long Qingyang's body trembled uneasily as he growled, I'll say it again, let's go find Chu Hen. Ha ha ha! What a touching scene of a brother and sister leaving. However, I want to tell you that the one called Chu Hen has already died in the valley. Along with the arrogant laughter, an especially fierce and powerful aura suddenly swept over. Everyone was shocked. Then they saw two figures with extraordinary auras flash to the top of a tall building on the periphery of the square. Senior Brother Wu Sui, Senior Brother Lei Yuan. Chapter 271. Yi Wu Gui, the direct disciple of the Ghost Spear King, one of the three great spear kings of the 100 Nations continent. Lei Yuan, the genius inscription master from St. Bell City. The sudden arrival of these two people suppressed the entire place with their auras. Long Xuanchuang and Bai Yuyue, who were on the central platform of the mystical sickness formation, were shocked. Long Xuanchuang said coldly, What did you just say? Haha. Yi Wu Gui had a playful smile on his face. So you guys really don't know. That Chu Hen had already lost his life in the valley over 20 days ago. Originally, I wanted to personally take his demon Punisher spear. It's really too boring. Lei Yuan also had a mocking expression on his face. Long Xuanchuang's pretty face turned even paler when she heard this. She clenched her fist so hard that her nails dug into her palms, causing her to feel a stinging pain. Long Qingyang, who was already in an unstable state, felt the restless energy in his body become even more chaotic. Bai Yue and the others were extremely shocked as well. They never expected that such news would arrive in a short period of less than a month, and it truly caused them to sigh with regret. With Chu Hen's talent, he would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Huang Fuliang, Yi Wu Gui, Qi Ting, and other top geniuses in a few years. They did not expect him to be gone just like that. Yi Wu Gui crossed his arms in front of him and looked at Long Xuanchuang's beautiful face with interest. As one of the four beauties of the imperial capital, Long Xuanchuang's temperament was somewhat attractive to him. Haha, for the sake of Long Xuanchuang, I only want the mystical sickness, scarlet flame, fire seed today. Long Xuanchuang's eyes turned cold as she said coldly, the mystical sickness scarlet flame has already fused with his true yuan. If we forcefully extract it, it will hurt his origin core. Is that so? Yi Wu Gui rubbed his chin, and a playful look flashed across his eyes. Of course, there's still room for negotiation. If you don't want to hand over the mystical disease, scarlet flames, how about we exchange you for it? As soon as these words left his mouth, many people present could not help but curse inwardly at how shameless he was. This was really looting a burning house. However, at this moment, another powerful aura suddenly swept over. Ha 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 ha, so you Yi Wu Gui came here to hug the beauty. Since that's the case, you can have the beauty, but leave the mystical disease, scarlet flame to me. Su Shu. How about it? Buzz! An insolent laughter and a vigorous aura spread in all directions. On the top of a tall building on the other side of the square, a young figure with an astonishing aura appeared. Su Shu. He was one of the top 5 geniuses in the Flame Shadow Dynasty, and his fame was not inferior to Yi Wu Gui. Senior brother Su Shu. The people from the Flame Shadow Empire were extremely excited. With Su Shu here, why would they be afraid of Yi Wu Gui? The slightly more troublesome one was the grade 4 high rune master beside Yi Wu Gui, Lei Yuan. However, if it was just for the mystical disease, scarlet flame seed, the Flame Shadow Empire did not fear the Heaven Luo team at all. Yi Wu Gui and Su Shu. The arrival of these two directly worsened the situation on Long Qingyang's side. Soon after, something even worse happened. The scarlet rotating light screen, formed by the mystical disease formation, was rapidly weakening and turning illusory. Soon after, with a bang sound, the protective light screen was like a broken bubble, directly exploding into tens of thousands of tiny ice crystals that wantonly floated in the sky. The mystical disease formation was originally a relic of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom, and after several hundred years, its power was not as great as before when it was reactivated. At this moment, the mystical disease formation had completely exhausted its last sliver of energy. Unless the formation was repaired, it would not be able to be reactivated again. With the destruction of the mystical disease formation, the crowd on the plaza looked at Long Qingyang and the rest like wolves eyeing lambs. All of them tightly gripped their weapons, ready to take action at any time. Su Shu crossed his arms in front of him and coldly said, I'm in a good mood today. Those who have nothing to do with me can scram now. On the high platform, the expressions of Bai Yue, Ji Xian, and the rest changed. I can't do anything about this. Goodbye. Ji Xian did not hesitate at all. He turned around and left from the back of the high platform. Even though Ji Xian was the #1 genius in the Tensei Prefecture, he did not stand much of a chance against Su Shu, who was ranked 5th amongst the geniuses of the Flame Shadow Empire. Moreover, Yi Wu Gui and Lei Yuan were still eyeing him. No one stopped Ji Xian and allowed him to leave. With Ji Xian's departure, he was undoubtedly the leader. The other 2 geniuses from Saint Star looked at Long Xuanchuang and Long Qingyang apologetically. Junior's sister Xian Shuang, you don't have to say anything. I won't blame you, said Long Xuanchuang. I'm sorry. With that, the 2 of them left one after another. Miss Yue, you should leave too. Long Xuanchuang lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Bai Yue, who had yet to leave. Bai Yue frowned and hesitated for a moment before sighing helplessly. I'm sorry. Miss Yue. Just as Bai Yue was about to turn around, Long Qingyang called out to her with a trembling voice. Please, please take Long Xuanchuang away. I beg you. I won't leave. Long Xuanchuang's tone was unusually firm. She continued to use her profound ice energy to soothe the overbearing scarlet flame energy in Su Shu's body. Bastard, listen to me. Go find Chu Hen. Long Qingyang's tone was agitated as he scolded. I believe he won't die so easily. Go to Lee Valley, find him. In the eyes of the surrounding people, Long Qingyang was clearly delirious and was already spouting nonsense. Humph, you really talk too much. None of you will be able to leave today. A man from the Flame Shadow Empire's eyes hardened as he charged towards the 3 people in front of him with a powerful aura. All of you, don't run. Just surrender obediently. Long Xuanchuang's expression changed. Before she could stand up and attack, Baiyue, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around and dashed out like a phantom. Xing, a light blade glowing with silver light, appeared in her lily-white hand. When she was less than 5 meters away from him, Baiyue's beautiful eyes turned cold. At the same time, she sped up once again, and the light blade in her hand left a series of afterimages in the air. Hiss! Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air, a silver crescent moon that was dozens of meters wide descended from the sky. It swept past the man from the Flame Shadow Empire in a graceful manner. Then, the man's pupils rapidly dilated and his eyes widened as he looked down at his chest in fear. A thin scarlet line became thicker and thicker, and fresh blood quickly dyed his clothes red. Then he powerlessly fell backwards and rolled down the stairs. One-hit kill. In an instant, the flames of war that had been suppressed for a long time were ignited. Ha, interesting. Su Shu sneered and shouted in a deep voice, "Take them down." On the other side, Yi Wu Gui also gave the order. Then, nearly 30 geniuses from the Flame Shadow and Heaven Luo teams unleashed a terrifying aura and surrounded the 3 people in front of them. It was almost a one-sided battle. Regardless of who would obtain the mystical disease, Scarlet Flames today, Long Qingyang's team was definitely doomed. They had nowhere to run. A vast aura swept out like a torrent. Baiyue's face was unprecedentedly serious. She gripped her light blade and was prepared to retreat at any time. After all, the outcome was already decided. She couldn't save the 2 of them by herself. Each and every one of the invading enemies had a sinister look on their faces. Rumble! Suddenly at this moment, an extremely powerful aura attacked from the horizon without any warning. Shadow Wing Slash! A thunderous roar exploded in the sky above St. Fire City. Long Xuanchuang's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. In the next moment, a pair of purple wings that looked like a bird flashed across the sky. The attack was like lightning as it surged forward. The domineering purple wing pierced through the chests of 5 geniuses in a row. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 272. Shadow Wing Slash. Bang, bang, bang. A series of 5 heavy muffled sounds rang out. The 5 people who were penetrated by the purple shadow wings that looked like divine birds did not even have the time to let out a scream before they exploded into clouds of blood mist in front of everyone. What? This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Even the heavenly net Yi Wu Gui and Flame Shadow Su Shu were stunned. Lei Yuan clenched his fists and frowned, a chilling light surging in his eyes. Swoosh! After the purple shadow wings killed 5 people in a row, they steadily landed on the high platform in the middle. In the next instant, a young figure with an extraordinary aura appeared in front of everyone. Long Xuanchuang, and Baiyue's eyes trembled at the sight of this figure. That handsome face seemed to have been carved by a carving knife. An extraordinary and powerful aura spread out in all directions, suppressing everyone present. Chu Hen's sharp eyes swept across the crowd in front of him as his thunderous voice swept out. Today, I want to see who has the ability to hurt Long Qingyang. His furious and arrogant voice was like rolling thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. A peerless, domineering aura rose into the sky as Chu Hen's might press down like a mountain. What followed was Long Qingyang's excited laughter. "Ha, I knew it. How could my brother die so easily in the desert valley? Big brother, leave this to me." Chu Hen glanced sideways as a cold intent surged between his brows. Feeling the trace of viciousness in Chu Hen's eyes, Long Xuanchuang's heart unconsciously stirred. Compared to a month ago, Chu Hen's aura had clearly changed. I was wondering who it was. So it's the champion of the Sacred Star Empire's Earth list. I've heard a lot about you. Su Shu from Flame Shadow's party reacted after a moment of surprise, shooting a frivolous and mocking look at Chu Hen. Chu Hen stared at him coldly, his Adam's apple moving slightly. You'd better get lost. Humph. Su Shu's eyes darkened. How arrogant. I want to see what kind of waves a small fish like you can make today. On the other side, Tian Luo Yi Wugui also had a playful expression as he said, Hee, not bad at all. Looks like I'm not only going to take the mystical disease, Scarlet Flame's fire seed, and bring back the beauty, I'm also going to take that demon punisher spear. Humph, Chu Hen sneered. That's a good idea, but it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Cut the crap. Flame Shadow Team, listen up. Chop off this arrogant bastard's arms and legs. Su Shu roared with killing intent. Yes, senior brother Su Shu. Flame Shadow's team didn't say anything as they once again charged at Chu Hen. Yi Wugui rubbed his chin as he said indifferently, Since that's the case, let's kill him first. The geniuses from Tian Luo's team followed closely behind. They all released a biting cold aura as they charged at Su Shu with killing intent. Facing these enemies that were as fierce as wolves, Chu Hen's expression was abnormally calm. He turned his body towards Bai Yue and said, Senior sister Yue, I'll have to trouble you to help my second sister take care of big brother. Bai Yue, who was about to attack, nodded and said, Be careful. Why would I, Chu Hen, care about these pieces of trash? Along with his ice-cold voice, a demonic smile rose from the corner of Chu Hen's mouth. At the same time, a demonic purple light rose and was released from his body. With a flash of white light, a black blade appeared in Chu Hen's hand. In an instant, a monstrous killing intent soared into the sky like a tsunami. Little thief Chu Hen, don't be too arrogant. Eat my sword. A male from the Heavens Luo group said as his eyes flashed with a sinister and angry light. He leapt up, raised his sword, and slashed down towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he swung the limitless tooth in his hand. A dazzling purple light erupted from the blade. Hiss! Before the opponent's sword could reach Chu Hen's head, the unstoppable limitless tooth had already landed on the opponent's chest. The incomparably sharp black blade pierced through the opponent's chest as if it was tofu. Warm blood danced in the air as boundless fear instantly filled the opponent's face. Accompanied by an abnormally shrill scream, the person was directly cut into two by Chu Hen's blade. Broken internal organs splattered everywhere, and the bloody scene stung everyone's eyes. Immediately after, Chu Hen flashed in front of the next enemy like a ghost. The blade moved like lightning, drawing a silver crescent in the air. Immediately after, a round head flew out. In an instant, he had killed two people. Chu Hen's cruel methods caused people to feel a chill in their hearts. Apart from fear, there were also people who were stimulated to become even more ferocious and crazy. You stinking brat, die. A man from Flame Shadow's team was unable to restrain his anger. His eyes surged with anger as a scorching dark gray flame erupted from his body. The vigorous flames gathered in his right fist, and the fierce and piercingly cold chi wave surged forward. Chu Hen fearlessly stretched out his left hand and opened his palm to meet the attack. Buzz! In the instant that his palm struck out, a thick black light instantly covered Chu Hen's entire arm. Bang! With a violent explosion, the two's fist and palm collided. The flames that wrapped around the Flame Shadow's arm directly dispersed into a ball of air waves. Chu Hen's physical strength was comparable to a spiritual weapon. It was extremely terrifying. Kacha! The bones in the man's arm were shattered. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were about to pop out of their sockets. Before he could even let out a scream, Chu Hen's second punch carried the might of rolling thunder and solidly smashed into the man's chest. Arg! A large mouthful of blood mixed with a few pieces of broken lungs spurted out from the man's mouth. The man flew more than 10 meters away and heavily fell to the ground. His face was swollen and his head tilted to one side as he breathed his last breath with endless hatred. Chu Hen's strength had truly shocked everyone present. Whether it was Long Xuanchuang by U.S. Su Shu or Yi Wu Gui, everyone was moved. Even though Chu Hen was fighting a group of people alone, it looked like a one-sided massacre. Wherever the blade pointed, nothing could stand in its way. Blood splattered everywhere, internal organs flew everywhere, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Chu Hen was like an Azura as he continuously harvested the lives of the two teams. Chapter 273. Blood splattered everywhere, and organs flew everywhere. Severed limbs flew everywhere. Chu Hen was facing off against all of them alone, like an Azura born for slaughter. Not a single one of the 20 or so geniuses could withstand a single attack from Chu Hen. Broken corpses lay on the ground, scarlet blood flowing on the ground, converging into a river. Looking at the scene before her, Long Xuanchuang couldn't help but clench her fists. She pursed her lips, and her eyes were filled with many complicated emotions. It had only been a month, but Chu Hen's strength had increased by so much. Just what had he encountered during this period of time? How could his aura be so cold? Bai Yue was also very surprised, and her pretty eyes were fixed on the young figure. The sharp black blade continuously left after images in the air. Chu Hen's movements were exactly the same as Bai Yue's, and even some of the minute movements were shockingly similar. However, in comparison, Chu Hen's blade technique was much more domineering than Bai Yue's. Bai Yue inwardly shook her head and sighed. Chu Hen was indeed a genius. He had spent a few years to reach his current level. However, Chu Hen had only secretly learned her blade technique, and yet he was still able to surpass her. This was truly shocking. In just a short while, more than half of the Flame, Shadow, and Heaven Luo teams had been killed or injured. Bastard! Flame Shadow Su Shu was the first to lose his composure. His anger soared to the sky, and his killing intent surged. At the same time, a scorching scarlet flame erupted from his body. Stinking brat, stop right now! Su Shu was both shocked and furious. He had greatly underestimated Chu Hen's strength. So many of his companions had died in an instant. This was a huge loss to the team and even the Flame Shadow Empire. After saying that, Su Shu directly flew down and pounced towards Chu Hen like a soaring eagle. When Yi Wu Gui and Lei Yuan from Heaven Net Group saw Su Shu making his move, they had the thought of acting as the Oriole. Buzz, buzz! The monstrous flames of rage roared like a mountain torrent. Su Shu stretched out his right fist, and the red flames that pervaded his body gathered on his fist with a rotating momentum, and then formed a terrible fireball. The incomparably high temperature caused the space to burn and distort. The majestic, surging waves of air surged toward Chu Hen's position. Chu Hen, be careful! Long Xuanchuang's pretty face changed slightly as she hurriedly reminded him. However, at this moment, another shockingly powerful aura came in their direction. Everyone's hearts were alarmed. They saw a beautiful and ethereal figure flash over from another direction. She directly blocked Su Shu's path halfway. Luo Mengchang. Bai Yue's brows slightly knitted together as she blurted out in surprise. Luo Mengchang gently raised her wrist. Along with an obscure energy fluctuation, a sparkling and translucent blue curse rune appeared in front of her. Water curse rune. Boom! In the next instant, a curtain of water that was dozens of meters tall stacked up like a tsunami. Then, a giant blue water hand stretched out from the water curtain. The astonishing power was like a giant hand stretched out from the ocean's water god, sweeping up layer after layer of waves as it met the menacing Su Shu. Bang! Water and fire fused, and the violent shock directly affected the surrounding area. Incomparably heavy energy collided, and it was as if a collapsing mountain and a raging tsunami had unexpectedly met. Waves gushed out, scarlet flames blossomed, and powerful shock waves swept in all directions. Crisscrossing deep cracks appeared on the ground of the plaza. Boom! The violent impact caused Su Shu's figure to tremble slightly. Then, a pair of scarlet flame wings unfolded behind him. He floated more than 10 meters in the air, and his eyes coldly stared at the beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared. Luo Mengchang. Su Shu shouted in a deep voice. "Hey, you know me?" Luo Mengchang raised her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "Humph, who doesn't know Luo Mengchang, one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital? But I didn't expect you to have such a cultivation. There are still many things that you can't imagine. For example, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave." "Ha ha ha ha, what shameless boasting." Su Shu laughed mockingly. "Today, I'll see what kind of ability you have to say those words." Buzz. As his voice fell, a scorching hot blade appeared in Su Shu's hand. On the blade, flames rose, and its power was awe-inspiring. "Mengchang, be careful." On the other side, Chu Hen reminded. "Don't worry. Let's see if I can kill him today," Luo Mengchang said with a little ease. At the same time, a white light flashed in her palm, and a long sword surrounded by silver light appeared. "Humph!" Su Shu snorted coldly, and the scorching hot blade raised a surging red flame, slashing towards Luo Mengchang. Boom! The fierce power was comparable to the pressure of a mountain, and a tens of meters long scarlet flame blade with the power to split Mount Hua came crashing down. Luo Mengchang's figure moved, and the tips of her toes touched the ground lightly, and she quickly flew backward. Bang! The extremely destructive aura of the saber ruthlessly fell on the ground. Immediately, mud splashed everywhere and dust flew everywhere. The thick stone bricks that had been around for hundreds of years collapsed inch by inch, and a particularly deep ravine immediately appeared in front of everyone. As one of the top 5 geniuses in the Flame Shadow Dynasty, Su Shu's cultivation was tyrannical. "Hee, Beauty Luo, I'm afraid you're going to fall into my hands today." A cold smile appeared on Su Shu's face, and then the scarlet flame light wings behind him flapped, and a series of after-images appeared in the air as he rushed towards Luo Mengchang. Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes narrowed, and then a pair of pure white, holy light wings spread out behind her. With a flap of her glowing wings, Luo Mengchang flew out, her speed slightly faster than Su Shu's. The sword in her hand blossomed with a resplendent silver luster, a frost-like luster akin to the frost extracted from the bright moon of the 9 heavens. The blade and the sword clashed, and sparks flew. Vigorous true yuan power splashed and burst out. But seeing that Luo Mengchang's aura was no weaker than Su Shu's, Chu Hen was slightly relieved and continued to kill the other enemies. Luo Mengchang's sudden appearance was something Long Xuanchuang and Bai Yue did not expect. But from Chu Hen's performance just now, it was likely that Luo Mengchang had been here for a long time, but had been hiding in the dark, waiting for the necessary time to make a move. "This brat, even Luo Mengchang, is involved," Long Xuanchuang murmured softly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In comparison, Luo Mengchang was miles ahead of Yiyu in all aspects. Ah! Shrill screams surrounded Chu Hen, and many geniuses and experts were defeated by Chu Hen. This damn bastard. Lei Yuan's eyes turned cold, and the Reiki energy in his Niwen palace quietly surged and spread out. However, Yi Wu Guei stopped Lei Yuan and said, "You need a lot of time to activate that technique. Let me do it." After saying that, Yi Wu Guei's figure moved, and he elegantly swept down from the top of the tall building. A piercingly cold and powerful aura rushed towards Chu Hen. When Yi Wu Guei steadily landed on the ground, a blood-red cold spear appeared in his hand. This was a long spear that exuded a bone-piercing death aura. The spear's tip was sharp and thin, and 5 inches below the spear's head, on both sides, was a row of fine saw teeth. The cold wind attacked, and there was a kind of bone-piercing chill. Hiss! At the same time, the last genius expert from Tian Luo dynasty became a dead soul under Chu Hen's blade. However, Yi Wu Gui still did not have the intention to make a move immediately. The death of his companions from Tian Luo dynasty did not seem to anger him at all. Yi Wu Gui pointed the spear in his hand at Chu Hen, and a cold smile appeared on his face. To be honest, I am quite looking forward to this moment. The ghost weep blood-devouring spear is here. But where is the demon killer spear? Waves of cold air blew the sand on the ground. Everyone could vaguely hear the shrill cries of ghosts and monsters. Long Xuan and Bai Yue could not help but feel a little serious. Yi Wu Gui was not only the ghost spear king's disciple, but he also had a tyrannical cultivation base at the 7th level of the core transformation realm. If Chu Hen encountered him, it would definitely be a difficult battle. Chu Hen looked at his opponent coldly, and there was a hint of coldness between his brows. Subsequently, the limitless tooth in his palm was kept in his storage ring, and it was replaced by a sharp long spear covered with mysterious black patterns. Chu Hen's throat moved slightly, and his voice was as cold as frost. Chapter 274. The demon-punishing spear is here. One was a genius who had accidentally obtained the demon spear king's inheritance, while the other was a personal disciple, personally taught by the ghost spear king. Ghost weep blood-devouring spear, demon-punishing spear. 2 of the 3 most famous spears in the 100 Kingdoms continent had unexpectedly appeared here. The piercingly cold aura emitted by the 2 of them became increasingly stronger. Yi Wu Gui pointed the tip of his spear at Chu Hen, his expression full of provocation and ridicule. Chu Hen held the demon-punishing spear diagonally, with the spear tip pointing downwards. Strands of purple light climbed up the spear like vines. Stupid like you. You will definitely return in failure today. Chu Hen said coldly. Is that so? Yi Wu Gui glanced at the numerous corpses of the Heaven Luo group's geniuses on the ground and said disdainfully, I alone am enough to deal with you. As for these idiots, their deaths are not to be regretted. Then make your move. As you wish. As his voice fell, Yi Wu Gui directly pushed the blood-devouring spear forward. The sharp weapon pierced through the air, making extremely ear-piercing, wind-breaking sounds. Streams of vigorous red cyclones covered the long spear like ripples of light. Yi Wu Gui's first move was a killing move. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. The demon-punishing spear swallowed and spat out a demonic purple light. The 3-feet-long spear light shot down and faced Yi Wu Gui head-on. Boom! A heavy explosion sounded, and a circle of purple and red intersected, like ripples on the surface of water spread out. The demon-punishing spear and the blood-devouring spear collided head-on and intersected. With the 2 as the center, the airflow within a radius of nearly 100 meters suddenly became abnormally restless and hurried. The space between the 2 faintly trembled, unceasingly. A layer of purple semicircle light appeared in the air on Chu Hen's side, while a layer of blood-red semicircle light formed on Yi Wu Gui's side. 2 arcs of light appeared at the tip of the 2 cold spears. An astonishing power continuously intersected and collided. The surging hidden force was like the collision of undercurrents. Your strength is not bad. Yi Wu Gui sneered. Then he clenched his fist, and the blood-devouring spear once again blossomed with a dazzling scarlet light. Beams of red light intertwined with each other as they followed the body of the spear towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen was not to be outdone. With a thought, a layer of majestic purple light surged up. Boom! The incomparably intense shock was comparable to a thunderstorm. The arc-shaped light screen between the two was directly shattered. The powerful shock waves spread out wantonly, and the ground was immediately blasted into a pit that was more than 10 meters wide. Accompanied by the rising dust, Yi Wu Gui raised his spear and attacked. More than a dozen dazzling spear shadows appeared in the air. The powerful spear shadows fell like a storm. In the face of such a fierce attack, Chu Hen's face did not show the slightest hint of fear. With a slash of the Demon Slayer spear, a crescent-shaped purple light shot out, smashing the spear shadows. At the same time, the tip of the spear quickly pointed towards the opponent's throat. Yi Wu Gui's reaction speed was also extremely fast. With a horizontal sweep of the blood-devouring spear, he directly blocked Chu Hen's attack. Then he turned his body and stabbed out with a backhand, launching a counterattack. In just a few blinks of an eye, Chu Hen and Yi Wu Gui had already exchanged more than a dozen moves. The style of the two spear techniques could be said to be completely different. Chu Hen's Demon Slayer spear was ever-changing, flexible, and domineering. On the other hand, Yi Wu Gui's ghost weep blood-devouring spear was unconventional, fast, and strange. The confrontation between the two could be said to be full of sparks, true essence flying everywhere, and all kinds of sharp spear shadows lingered in all directions. It was really dazzling and too much for the eyes to take in. Boom! Bang! At the same time, the battle between Luo Mengchang and Su Shu was particularly intense. The scorching hot saber and the silver sword constantly collided, and all kinds of dazzling lights occupied half of the sky. The battle between the four top geniuses of the Six Nations heaven list made the heaven and earth a little dimmer. Since Luo Mengchang and Su Shu's cultivation were only at the core transformation realm, they could not stay in the void for too long. Soon, the battle between the two of them returned to the ground. Ha! Great beauty Luo, if this is all you have, you won't be able to defeat me. Su Shu hesitated for a moment before he smiled coldly and held the hilt of the scorching hot saber with both hands. Boom! In an instant, two scarlet flame light pillars were like flood dragons coming out of the sea, rolling up an unstoppable, terrifying, and majestic power as they attacked Luo Mengchang. The power of the two flame pillars was peerless and abnormally fierce. Wherever they went, they directly left two scorched marks on the ground. Luo Mengchang's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. No matter what, her opponent was an expert at the 7th level of the core transformation realm. She absolutely could not let down her guard. Buzz! In the next moment, a strange force of energy was released from Luo Mengchang's body. A layer of pure and holy silver light overflowed from her body, and two bright and holy lights surged out of Luo Mengchang's bright eyes. She raised her wrist and waved her sword horizontally. With a swoosh sound, a stream of light sword shadow flew out from the blade of the sword. The swift and fierce sword shadow was like a stream of light that could be traced back thousands of years. In the process of moving, the power of the attack multiplied, and the sword shadow flickered with a dazzling luster. The moment it collided with Su Shu's attack, it unexpectedly split the two light pillars apart. What? Su Shu's expression changed slightly. Luo Mengchang's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He leaped up and hurriedly dodged the extremely lethal sword shadow. The sword shadow flashed past Su Shu's feet, and then it slashed on a stone sculpture building in the area behind him. The stone sculpture building was cut into two like tofu. What? Luo Mengchang's strength not only exceeded Su Shu's expectations, but it also surprised Long Xuanchuang and Baiyue, who were on the central platform. Back in the Earth List battle, Luo Mengchang had fought to a draw with Shangguan Yan of the Mammoth Martial House. The strength that she had displayed now was enough to leave Shangguan Yan in the dust. The imperial city of the Sacred Star Dynasty was indeed a gathering of all kinds of geniuses. While Long Xuanxuan was paying attention to the situation on both sides, she was also paying attention to the situation on Long Qingyang's side. Compared to before, Long Qingyang's condition was obviously much more stable. However, his skin was still so red that it looked like it was about to drip blood. The two different flame powers, the bone blaze spiritual fire and the mysterious disease scarlet flame, lingered around his body, and extremely agitated energy waves were constantly emitted from his body. It was still unknown when he would be able to complete the fusion with the mysterious disease scarlet flame. However, the battle between Chu Hen and Yi Wugui continued to heat up and become more and more intense. "Hey, brat, take my spear! Ghost weep!" Yi Wugui shouted, and an extremely cold aura of death was immediately released from his body. The blood-devouring spear in his hand flowed with red light, like dark red blood. It was a very strange sight. Wah. Chapter 275. Ghost Sob. Ah. The sharp ghost howl was exceptionally ear-piercing, causing one's scalp to go numb. A dense, deathly aura pounced towards Chu Hen. A sinister ghost shadow suddenly appeared at the front of Yi Wu Gui's blood-devouring spear. It had a green face and fangs. It was filled with killing intent as it attacked Chu Hen like a ferocious beast. At the same time, the demon Punisher spear in Chu Hen's hand was also sent out like lightning. The lively purple light constantly jumped on the spear's body violently. The incomparably sharp edge was bitingly cold and domineering. Boom! The cold spear, which was surrounded by purple light, directly pierced through the sinister ghost shadow. Then it collided with the opponent's blood-devouring spear. The heavy collision of power was like a thunderstorm. The powerful aftershock shocked all directions, causing the airflow in all directions. However, the ghost shadow that was pierced by Chu Hen's spear did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into a wisp of green smoke and continued to charge towards Chu Hen along the body of the demon Punisher spear. Ah! The wisp of green smoke contained an extremely dense, deathly aura. If an ordinary person were to touch it, the consequences would be extremely serious. At this moment, Chu Hen obviously did not have any time to retreat and defend. Seeing that the green smoke was about to enter his opponent's body, Yi Wugui's face already revealed a sinister and complacent smile. However, at this moment, a strange black light spread out from Chu Hen's palm towards the body of the spear. The dense black light released an extremely overbearing aura. When the two met, the overbearing black light directly engulfed the ghost shadow and green smoke. Seeing this scene, the smile on Yi Wugui's face immediately turned cold. "Humph, you do have some ability, huh?" Chu Hen sneered disdainfully and said mockingly, "I think that the Ghost Spear King is also blind. Why would he accept an idiot like you as his direct disciple?" Buzz! Before he finished speaking, the surging black light swept out like a tide. Bang! With a heavy, muffled sound, the astonishing impact that was comparable to a mountain surged over. Yi Wugui suddenly felt his arm go numb, and his palm trembled. He was pushed back a few steps by Chu Hen. Yi Wugui was secretly shocked. Although Chu Hen's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the core transformation realm, the strength of his true essence was not any weaker than the 7th level. In particular, the strange black light was much more overbearing than ordinary power. Furthermore, there was a rumor that he had died in the Yu Valley, and it was confirmed by a member of Heaven's Net group. But now, not only was Chu Qin standing there unscathed, his cultivation was even higher than before. This made Yi Wugui even more bewildered. Chu Qin was even more extraordinary than he had previously thought. Humph! Yi Wugui snorted coldly, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Bastard, so what if you're weird? Unfortunately, you met me. Today you will die for sure." In an instant, a gust of chilly wind suddenly blew. A bone-piercing chill spread out from Yi Wugui's body. Then, a large number of dark clouds quietly gathered in the sky above the central square of the city. Dark clouds rolled like a tide, covering the sky and blocking out the rays of light cast by the sun. The sky suddenly darkened as if it was the prelude to a sudden storm. An invisible pressure started to suppress Chu Hen from all directions. The wind howled angrily, and the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard continuously. Chu Hen's eyebrows furrowed. Between his fierce eyebrows, a bit of seriousness surged. Yi Wu Gui's face revealed a strange smile, and a mass of gray ghost energy lingered around his body. Under the astonished gazes of the people around him, Yi Wu Gui's body was undergoing an astonishing change at a speed visible to the naked eye. His arms were much thicker than before, his veins were bulging, his muscles were as firm as rock, and his eyes, which had been glowing with a fierce light, turned scarlet in color. Boom! Circles of blood-red light circled around Yi Wu Gui's body, and the smile on his face was extremely evil. Ha 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 ha! Next, I will let you understand what the real ghost spear art is. Feeling Yi Wu Gui's extremely powerful aura, Long Xuanchuang and Bai Yue, who were on the high platform in the middle of the square, could not help but feel a little worried. Lei Yuan, who had been watching from the sidelines, looked at the scene in front of him mockingly. Yi Wu Gui is starting to get serious. Looks like I don't need to activate that talisman formation anymore. Luo Mengchang and Su Shu, who were fighting, were also disturbed by the sudden burst of aura from Yi Wu Gui. Yi Wu Gui has gone crazy. That guy will definitely die. Su Shu sneered as he launched a fierce attack on Luo Mengchang. Luo Mengchang shook the long sword in her hand and waved out several sword shadows to defend herself. If that's the case, then I'll have to kill you first. Then I'll deal with that night turtle. After saying that, Luo Mengchang's aura increased greatly. Her body dashed out like a butterfly, and her long sword was aimed at her opponent's throat. Su Shu frowned. This Luo Mengchang was still holding back? Su Shu did not dare to be careless, and he cautiously faced his opponent's attack. At the same time, Yi Wu Gui also launched a new round of fierce attacks on Chu Hen. Prepare to die. Hee. Swoosh. Before he finished speaking, Yi Wu Gui instantly disappeared. His speed was so fast that it was difficult for one's eyes to follow him. A strong wind blew past, and in the next moment, Yi Wu Gui suddenly appeared above Chu Hen's head. The former held the body of the ghost, weep, blood-devouring spear with both hands, and the tip of the spear was pointed downwards, stabbing towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly moved away. Boom! A second after Chu Hen dodged, the terrifying spear force hit the ground solidly, and an extremely violent impact spread out on the ground. Rocks collapsed, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Countless crisscross, deep cracks spread in all directions like a spider web, reaching up to 100 meters long. Hiss! This scene immediately made the geniuses from the other dynasties who were hiding in the dark in the distance gasp secretly. Due to the arrival of Su Shu and Yi Wu Gui, the other Heaven Rankings people had quietly withdrawn from the fight for the mystical speed Scarlet Flame Fire Seed. They all stayed away from the battle and hid in the dark to watch. After that, the appearance of Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang changed the original situation quite a bit, which made the others reluctant to leave just like that. The battle between the soul-frightening Demon Slayer Spear and the ghost Weep Blood Devouring Spear was quite exciting. Senior brother Ji Xian, should we go and help Chu Hen and the others? Ji Xian and the other two geniuses from the Saint Star team, who were with Long Xuanchuang, Bai Yue and Long Qingyang, did not leave immediately, and were also secretly watching. Ji Xian's brows wrinkled. Asking him to help Chu Hen was clearly an impossible matter. Let's wait and see. Ji Xian replied faintly. Lei Yuan from the Tian Luo dynasty hasn't made a move yet. No buts, we left just now. Do you think they will thank you if we go back now? If you want to go, you can go. I don't want to get involved for the time being. However, after hearing Ji Xian's words, the two did not say anything. Although Ji Xian's words did not make sense, they felt that if they went back, they would have a feeling of sailing with the wind. If Chu Hen's side won, whether he would be grateful was another matter, but he would definitely hold a grudge. After all, they had abandoned Long Qingyang at the most dangerous time. However, if Chu Hen's side lost, the consequences would be even more serious. Yi Wu Gui had let them off once, but there would definitely not be a second time. Based on the current situation, Chu Hen would not be able to hold on for long. Boom! Bang! All kinds of violent energy, riots were constantly spreading on the square. Yi Wu Gui's attack was unusually fierce, and both his speed and strength were several times stronger than before. Chu Hen defended more than he attacked, and he kept dodging. Even so, there was no sign of panic on his face. Hee hee, I want to see how long you can hide for. Immediately, the ghost weep blood devouring spear shone brightly, and it exploded with a terrifying power, rolling up a violent torrent of energy and attacking Chu Hen. The blood-red spear released a demonic red light, and countless spear shadows fell like a shower. Why bother dodging? Chu Hen replied with frivolous words. Purple light and black light intertwined and shot out, transforming into a 3 feet long spear light that gathered on the tip of the spear. It firmly collided with his opponent's attack head-on. Bang! The ground trembled and rocks flew everywhere. Powerful airwaves stirred up dust in all directions, and a dazzling brilliance bloomed like the sun. Chu Hen's domineering aura was released from his body, and in the next moment, an incomparably huge illusory shadow condensed behind him. A pressure as vast as a mountain shook the entire audience. Are you finally going to use your full strength? Yi Wu Gui smiled coldly, and then his figure moved, hovering more than 10 meters in the air. An even more turbulent energy of death began to rise, and the black clouds that gathered in the sky seemed to be pressing down on everyone's heads. Wow! Right at this moment, something that shocked everyone happened. An illusory white ball of light appeared among the corpses of the geniuses who had lost their lives on the square. What's that? It's a ghost. What? Yi Wu Gui's ghost spear technique can borrow the power of the dead. And because these people died not long ago, the ghosts still retained a part of their power when they were alive. This is one of the Ghost Spear King's unique skills, Spear Soul Kill. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, the white balls of light that were extracted from the geniuses' corpses flew toward Yi Wu Gui from all directions. A dangerous aura rose from his body. Chapter 276. Spear Soul Kill. This was one of the Ghost Spear King's ultimate moves, a sure kill technique that borrowed the power of the dead souls. Yi Wu Gui proudly stood dozens of meters high in the sky, looking down at Chu Hen in front of him. As Yi Wu Gui's imposing manner continued to skyrocket, an especially dangerous aura continuously rose from his body. Immediately after, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, the power of the souls extracted from the many geniuses' corpses on the ground flew toward Yi Wu Gui from all directions. Buzz, buzz! In an instant, the blood-devouring ghost-weep spear in Yi Wu Gui's hand emitted a blood-red glow. Endless, mysterious aura of death revolved around his body rapidly, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. Dust flew everywhere and the sky turned dark. Everyone in the vicinity was secretly shocked by this. This Yi Wu Gui really lived up to his reputation. The masses of souls were like small boats that drilled into the whirlpool of a flood, merging into the blood-devouring ghost-weep spear one by one. Every time a mass of souls merged into the blood-devouring ghost-weep spear, the power that erupted from the blood-devouring spear became stronger. At the same time, the blood-red glow that bloomed from it became even more intense. The murderous aura swept the entire area, and the colding wind was mixed with waves of sharp, ghostly howls. At the same time, a monstrous aura continuously stacked on top of Chu Hen's side. That tens of meters tall illusory shadow quickly condensed into a huge body, sharp teeth, claws, and a pair of bat wings spread out, endless, cold, domineering, peerless power. Then the illusory shadow slightly raised its right hand and flipped its palm outwards. Accompanied by the trembling space, the thick true origin energy formed a rotating cyclone and gathered in the palm of the shadow. In the blink of an eye, a huge illusory long spear appeared in the hands of the shadow. Hey, this is the legendary soul frightening demon slayer spear? It's only a so. Yi Wu Gui's tone was still disdainful as he mocked. Humph. Chu Hen replied with a sneer. It's enough to deal with you. Hum. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of domineering black light once again gushed out of Chu Hen's body. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, the huge spear in the hands of the tyrannical demonic shadow behind Chu Hen instantly turned black. The illusory phantom with an astonishing aura held an extraordinarily sharp black long spear in his hand. On the long spear, there was a black light that seemed to be lingering like the 9 underworld fire, and it really had the power to suppress everyone present. Feeling the change in the power released by Chu Hen, Yi Wu Gui's face turned cold. Humph! I'd like to see how you, a grain of light, dare to compete with the sun and the moon. Rumble. The deafening power of wind and thunder rolled down, setting off waves in the air. The vigorous primordial energy from Yi Wu Gui's body continuously flowed towards the blood-devouring ghost weep spear. The blood-devouring spear, which had fused with the power of over 20 geniuses' spirits, emitted an extremely strong destructive aura. Ghost weep, spear, soul kill! Along with Yi Wu Gui's loud shout, in an instant a terrifying blood-red spear light descended from the sky, sweeping up an endless destructive and murderous aura as it attacked Chu Hen. An unstoppable pressure, like a mountain, came crashing down, and circles of dense gray death chi formed a rapidly rotating cyclone at the tip of the spear. Everyone's faces were pale, and their eyes were wide open. Yi Wu Gui's spear was probably powerful enough to kill any expert of the same level as him. What kind of ability did Chu Hen, whose cultivation base was only at the 6th level of the core transformation realm, have to withstand the opponent's attack? Long Xuan and Baiyue frowned slightly, and their eyes revealed great seriousness. Almost at the same time, Chu Hen had already raised the Devil Slayer spear, and the huge demonic shadow behind him also raised the huge black cold spear. Every movement of Chu Hen emitted a heavy and dignified aura. Especially the demonic shadow's aura, it could be described as majestic like a mountain. Frightening Devil Slayer spear. In the next moment, the cold and domineering black spear shadow solidly collided with the shocking blood-red spear light. Boom! The moment the two collided, a terrifying shockwave immediately exploded in the sky above the square. The turbulent airflow spread in all directions with a sweeping momentum. The whole square in the center of the city shook incessantly, and the black clouds that gathered in the sky wantonly danced. The black spear shadow, the blood-red spear light. Two extremely destructive energies caused a riot like a mountain torrent, and the aftermath of the raging waves caused the decaying buildings around the square to be flattened and shattered into ruins. Rubble rolled, and the wind howled angrily. Everyone present was secretly startled. The scene of Chu Hen being killed in their imagination did not appear. Under the terrifying power of the ghost, weep, blood-devouring spear, the soul-frightening demon punisher spear was not the slightest bit weaker. How is this possible? Yi Wu Gui's attack was merged with the power of more than 20 newly dead spirits. I'm afraid even a core transformation stage 8 expert would not dare to let his guard down. The power of the Devil Slayer spear is actually so strong? No, it's because of Chu Hen's true origin energy. His true origin energy is much more tyrannical than ordinary people. Everyone was shocked. Logically speaking, the killing moves of the Fey Spear King and the Ghost Spear King should be equally powerful. Since Yi Wu Gui's cultivation was a level higher than Chu Hen's, and he had merged with more than 20 spirits, these newly dead spirits all contained a portion of the deceased's power when they were alive. With such a powerful attack, killing Chu Hen was definitely not a problem. However, something unexpected happened. Chu Hen directly merged the power of the chaotic body into this attack. The mysterious and powerful power of the bloodline boundary was really tyrannical. Just at this moment, a pair of bright and resplendent purple wings of light suddenly appeared behind Chu Hen's back. Immediately after, the purple shadow wings flapped, and a ray of light flew through the void like an aurora. Yi Wu Gui's expression changed slightly, and his pupils shrank. He hurriedly raised the blood-devouring spear in his hand and stabbed at the purple shadow that was flying towards him. However, the purple shadow that Chu Hen had transformed into suddenly accelerated and emitted a purple light. In an instant, it turned into the silhouette of the shadow wings of a divine bird. The sound of the air being torn apart was unusually sharp and ear-piercing, and an endless, powerful aura spread out. Shadow wing slash. Buzz! Yi Wu Gui was shocked, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Boom! Space trembled violently, and an incomparably dense purple light burst out in front of Yi Wu Gui like a dazzling sun. The terrifying power that was comparable to a mountain rushed towards Yi Wu Gui's body. Bang! Yi Wu Gui's body shook violently, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, his body flew backwards rapidly. What? Everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene, and dense shock and surprise surged onto their faces. Everything happened too suddenly. Even Yi Wu Gui himself did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. Yi Wu Gui steadied himself as he quickly retreated. Chu Hen took advantage of the situation to pursue him, and he had an imposing manner as if he wanted to kill his opponent on the spot. Lei Yuan! Yi Wu Gui shouted in a stern voice. Lei Yuan? Everyone was stunned once again, and they suddenly remembered that there was still a genius inscriptionist from the Tianluo dynasty who had not made a move yet. However, in reality, Lei Yuan had already made his move just now. He's coming. A strong Reiki energy spread out from his body, and two strange runes floated behind Lei Yuan, and then transformed into a pair of golden light wings. That's a flight rune. A cry of surprise came from outside the square. Flight rune. As the name suggested, it was a high-level rune technique created by arranging runes. This rune technique was similar to Wu Xiu's flight martial technique, and it was also one of the methods that allowed people below the void-piercing realm to stay in space for a short period of time. Lei Yuan quickly flew towards Chu Hen and Yi Wu Gui using the flight rune technique. When he was less than 50 meters away from the two, Lei Yuan's mind moved, and a huge amount of Reiki energy gushed out of his body like a rushing tide. Then hundreds of mysterious runes were released from his fingers. Seeing the scene, everyone was secretly shocked. It turned out that Lei Yuan had been prepared to make a move at any time from the very beginning. Otherwise, it was impossible to arrange so many runes in the blink of an eye. Moreover, from the energy waves emitted by the runes, it was clear that these hundreds of runes were all high-level runes. What kind of technique was Lei Yuan going to use? He actually used so many runes. Brat, this rune technique is specially prepared for you. Enjoy it. As Lei Yuan's voice fell, the hundreds of runes around his fingers suddenly blossomed like dazzling fireworks in the night sky. The beautiful runes scattered like raindrops falling into the water, causing shallow ripples in the air, and then disappeared. But at the moment when the runes disappeared, an extremely furious power rose from all directions around Chu Hen. Buzz, buzz! Violent energy, fluctuations, pervaded more than half of the plaza. Following that, countless gorgeous silver light patterns appeared in the air below Chu Hen. One after another, the light patterns rapidly converged and converged. In a short span of 2 to 3 seconds, they formed a nearly 100-meter wide glyph array. Such a huge rune technique floated in the air, like a dazzling giant disk. Rich heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered above this rune technique. Countless bright, golden rays of light surged at the edge of the rune technique. Chu Hen, quickly leave the range of that rune technique. Long Xuan Xuang hurriedly shouted. Buzz, buzz. Then Yiwu Gui was the first to pass through the edge of the rune technique and reach the periphery. Before Chu Hen could leave, the rune technique was activated in an instant, and endless pressure attacked Chu Hen from all directions. Chapter 277. Myriad Sword Killing Array Activate. Along with Lei Yuan's enraged voice that was filled with viciousness, the 100-meter wide array that was suspended in the air exploded with an intense light. In an instant, even the heavens and earth were overshadowed. Everyone's faces were filled with great fear. Although Lei Yuan was only a 4th grade high rune master, if he had made sufficient preparations and arranged the array properly, he would definitely be able to kill Wu Xiao, who was of a higher realm. Without a doubt, the intense battle between Chu Hen and Yiwu Gui had given Lei Yuan enough time. From the very beginning, Lei Yuan had already made all the necessary preparations and was just waiting to activate the array to deal a fatal blow to Chu Hen. Within the huge array, dazzling runes intersected like rays of light. Endless murderous aura filled the heavens and earth. Inside the array, Chu Hen's eyes were abnormally cold. His sword-like gaze directly pierced through the layers of spiritual energy and swept towards Lei Yuan. I'll give you one last chance. Just a few simple words, without the slightest bit of fear. Only a bone-piercing chill. Ha! Lei Yuan laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with disdain. Listening to what you just said, it's really funny. Arrogant thing, prepare to be annihilated. Yiwu Gui, who had already retreated to the ground, also had a mocking smile on his face. Kill him. That's exactly what I intend to do. Buzz. In an instant, the sky above the plaza trembled endlessly. With Chu Hen at the center, the spiritual energy that filled the heavens and earth was as violent as a volcano that was about to erupt. Shortly after, the endless spiritual energy quickly gathered together and converged into a shape. In the next moment, countless golden sword images appeared in all directions around Chu Hen. The solidified sword images emitted an extremely powerful and sharp aura. Thousands upon thousands of sword shadows rolled up a monstrous, murderous aura, slashing towards Chu Hen from all directions. An endless aura of destruction shrouded the sky above everyone's heads. Looking at this scene from afar, everyone felt their scalps go numb and their hearts turn cold. Lei Yuan's technique was simply terrifying. This was definitely the rhythm of wanting Chu Hen to die without leaving even a corpse and having his body smashed to pieces. Long Xuan Xuang turned pale with fright. Her beautiful face was as white as a sheet of paper. On the other hand, Luo Mingshan, who was fighting against Su Shu, was also slightly disturbed. Her delicate and beautiful eyes were filled with a little worry. Hey, great beauty Luo, it's not a good thing to be distracted at this time. Su Shu smiled complacently, and the scorching hot saber in his hand slashed out several saber radiants toward his opponent. Luo Mengchang frowned slightly. While she switched from offense to defense, she was still paying attention to Chu Hen from the corner of her eyes. Rumble. The mighty power was like thousands of horses galloping and killing, and the dense sword rain was filled with murderous aura. Facing these sword shadows that blocked every escape route, Chu Hen's face was terrifyingly calm, and his gloomy eyes were surging with a strong sense of ruthlessness. Buzz! Rich, golden-red illusory flames bloomed in Chu Hen's body, and in the next moment, the overwhelming sword shadows hit Chu Hen's body like a rain of arrows. Boom! Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Chu Hen was submerged in the endless sword light. The sound of the air being torn pierced everyone's eardrums, and the destructive power gathered at one point. 10,000 swords returned to origin. 10,000 swords concentrate. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the countless sword shadows were dazzling. Chu Hen's figure was long gone, but the area he was in was constantly being torn apart by the terrifying power, and bursts of dazzling light erupted. Oh my God, this power is 2F king terrifying. Chu Hen is dead meat. Isn't that obvious? Is this the power of an advanced tattoo master? The geniuses from the other dynasties were shocked, and their faces were filled with deep amazement. Yi Wu Gui sneered and lifted his eyelids slightly, wiping off the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "Looks like I'm going to keep that demon slayer spear." Lei Yuan hovered in the sky, and his face revealed a deep sense of pride. Ever since he was humiliated by Chu Hen at the Rising Cloud Chamber of Commerce in the Imperial City, Lei Yuan had been brooding over it. Now that he had personally killed Chu Hen on the spot, the suffocation in his chest was finally relieved. "Goodbye, I won't send you off, hee. Lei Yuan laughed sinisterly. Boom! But in the next second, an unprecedented violent explosion suddenly exploded in the sky, only to see the formation set off a raging flame that soared into the sky. What's going on? Everyone's heart could not help but tremble. Long Xuan, Luo Mingshang, and the rest's beautiful eyes lit up, and they were slightly surprised. Bang! Immediately after, a cluster of dense black light broke through the chaotic and violent circle of energy like a torrent. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, a fierce figure surrounded by golden-red illusory flames suddenly flew out from the inside. The illusory flames lingered, and Chu Hen's skin faintly glowed with a faint, crystal-clear luster. Beneath the illusory flames, there were also traces of black light mixed within. There were many small wounds on Chu Hen's body, but the aura that he exuded was still terrifyingly strong. God! How is this possible? He only suffered a small injury? How terrifying is this guy's physical strength and defense? All the geniuses were dumbfounded, and the one who was the most shocked was Lei Yuan. Why did the sure-kill attack only cause such a small injury to Chu Hen? Before Lei Yuan could calm down and prepare for the next attack, something even more surprising happened. With a flash of the purple light wings on Chu Hen's back, he easily passed through the barrier of the myriad sword-killing Ryu. Lei Yuan's eyes widened, and his face instantly turned pale. Swoosh! Chu Hen swept up a piercingly cold aura, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold arc. His eyes, that were gradually becoming deeper, were filled with disdain. "I forgot to tell you that I've been to St. Bell City. What you have, I have. I also know everything that you've mastered. How can this mere myriad sword-trapping and killing formation do anything to me, Chu Hen? How can it do anything to me, Chu Hen?" The bone-chilling voice exploded in Lei Yuan's ears like a clap of thunder, and an unprecedented sense of defeat immediately occupied his heart. Chu Hen was very clear about the 10,000 swords trap and killing formation. Immediately after, an endless chill erupted from Chu Hen's body. "I've already given you a chance, but I'm sorry to tell you that there won't be a second time. There are only 2 chapters today. Tell the brothers. Today is my 24th birthday, and I invited a group of brothers and friends to my house in the afternoon for a small gathering. Tomorrow I'll take the train back to my previous city, and when I get back, I'll be able to return to my previous state. So, I'll take a small leave today, and I hope you won't blame me." Chapter 278. I've already given you a chance, but I'm sorry to tell you that there won't be a second time. Boundless killing intent erupted from Chu Hen's body, and a dense and dangerous aura pressed down on Lei Yuan from all directions. Lei Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly flapped the runic wings on his back in an attempt to escape. However, at this moment, a dense and domineering black radiance appeared behind Chu Hen. Swoosh! Along with the rapid, wind-breaking momentum, countless black light rays strangely flew out from the black light. Black rays of light shot up, wrapping around Lei Yuan's limbs and throat at an extremely fast speed. Lei Yuan was unable to move, and no matter how hard the runic wings on his back flapped, he was unable to break free. What kind of martial technique is this? Outside the arena, everyone revealed a look of astonishment. What were those black rays? Yi Wugui also frowned, and his eyes were filled with a ruthless coldness. Without waiting for the crowd to recover from their shock, Chu Hen's aura had already completely suppressed Lei Yuan. Within his deep and cold eyes, it was as if a cat was toying with a mouse. You're just relying on the inheritance of power left behind by the Lei Huan patriarch, but you betrayed him and abandoned St. Bell City. Today, I'll take away your power and destroy your street tree. What? Just as he finished speaking, a powerful black-colored arm suddenly extended out from the cluster of black light in front of Chu Hen's chest. The terrifying aura that was like the hand of a demon or god caused the space to faintly tremble endlessly. Lei Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, and endless fear covered his entire face. No, Buzz! The black arm directly grabbed Lei Yuan's head, and the moment it touched the space between his eyebrows, the Reiki energy in Lei Yuan's Naiwan Palace became extremely chaotic. In the next instant, the demon-like black arm forcefully pulled out a resplendent golden tree shadow from the space between Lei Yuan's eyebrows. This golden tree shadow was especially luxuriant, and it was shrouded in an illusory ball of light. It was exquisite and small. Oh my God! Seeing this scene, everyone present turned pale with fright, and their eyes were wide open. This was the first time they had seen someone forcefully snatch someone else's street tree in such a cruel and ruthless manner. He forcefully pulled the street tree out of the other party's Naiwan Palace. This scene was simply terrifying and made one's scalp tingle. No, Lei Yuan was shocked, angry, and full of hatred. He could feel his Reiki energy being sucked dry in an instant. His eyes turned bloodshot and his veins bulged. He was hysterical. However, Chu Hen's expression did not change in the slightest. He directly dragged the nimble golden tree shadow back into his body. In an instant, the pair of runic wings behind Lei Yuan shattered and dissipated into crystal fragments that filled the sky. At the same time, his aura instantly became extremely dispirited, and he could no longer feel the slightest fluctuation of his spiritual force. Destroyed. The destruction of the street tree was equivalent to the destruction of Wu Xiu's inner core. In the blink of an eye, a fourth-grade incantation master was reduced to a useless piece of trash. Lei Yuan was enraged like a wild beast, and his eyes were bloodshot. Ah, I'll kill you, humph! Chu Hen sneered, and his eyebrows were full of mockery. Let me ask you, do you still have the right to say such words? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen lifted his leg and heavily kicked the other party's chest. Ah! Scarlet blood spurted out, and Lei Yuan was directly sent flying like a boulder that had been struck down. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere and dust flew everywhere. A huge pit appeared in front of everyone, and crisscrossed cracks spread in all directions. 2 battles in a row. Chu Hen had defeated 2 people in a row. At that very moment, everyone's gazes towards Chu Hen were filled with unconcealable shock and fear. If he had only defeated one of Yi Wugui or Lei Yuan, it might not have been shocking enough. However, he had defeated 2 geniuses in a row, and no one had the time to catch their breath. Long Xuan and Bai Yuyue were all shocked. Ji Xian, who was outside the arena, had a gloomy and dazed expression. Even though he was just watching from the sidelines, the sense of defeat he felt was unusually strong. From today onwards, the title of number 1 in Tensei Prefecture would probably have to give way. Shock! Everyone was shocked. Lei Yuan lay powerlessly in the deep pit, his clothes torn, his body covered in blood, and his mouth constantly coughed out blood. Looking at the domineering Chu Hen in the sky, Yi Wu Gui's arms were trembling, and he could not hold the blood-devouring ghost weep spear in his hands. Who was this Chu Hen? How could he have such ruthless means? Boom! At this moment, the aftermath of the battle between Luo Mengchang and Su Shu attracted everyone's attention. Yi Wu Gui and Lei Yuan's defeat had directly affected Su Shu's state of mind. He had never thought that a mere Chu Hen would be so strong. I can only rely on myself to win this round. Only then can I snatch away the mystical, swift scarlet flame. Su Shu thought to himself. Although Yi Wu Gui was slightly injured, it did not affect his strength. As long as Su Shu could defeat Luo Mengchang, he could join forces with Yi Wu Gui and naturally kill Chu Hen. However, time was very short, and he had to win with one strike. Boom! In an instant, a monstrous and powerful flame rose from Su Shu's body, and the scorching heat wave swept across the sky. Su Shu held the hilt of the scorching blade with both hands, and endless flames surged on the blade. Hee beauty Luo, it's over. Burning mountain flame, cut, rumble. Along with Su Shu's shout, 100-meter-wide flaming blade radiance carried endless destructive aura towards Luo Mengchang. This blade was extremely powerful, and the terrifying power caused a 10-meter-wide gully to appear on the ground. However, at this moment, Luo Mengchang slanted her long sword, and a white holy aura emerged from her body. A powerful aura was constantly released, and then an exquisite and small pattern appeared between Luo Mengchang's white brows. The shape of the pattern was like a crescent moon, glowing with a crystal clear and holy silver luster. In the next moment, the crescent moon pattern bloomed with a holy radiance, and an extremely shocking power spread out. Luo Mengchang raised her beautiful eyes slightly and raised her wrist. A sharp crescent moon sword shadow flew out, sweeping up endless cold killing intent towards the flaming blade radiance. The crescent moon was like a hook, and it traversed the sky. Bang! The blade radiance and the sword shadow intertwined, and suddenly a violent shock wave was set off on the square. The dazzling silver light and the scorching flames wantonly intertwined and spilled out. The piercingly cold aftermath was like a shocking heat wave, and immediately after, the flaming blade light that Su Shu had cast was actually defeated and forced to retreat step by step. The crescent moon sword shadow was irresistible, and like a flowing shadow shuttling through the night sky, it split the surging flaming blade radiance. Looking at the powerful sword shadow, Su Shu's expression changed, and in a hurry he hurriedly put the scorching blade in front of him to block it. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere, and the sword shadow flew everywhere. A mass of vigorous flames soared into the sky, and the stone tiles on the ground shattered into pieces. The power transmitted by the swift and fierce sword shadow was comparable to that of a mountain. Accompanied by a heavy tremor, Su Shu was forced to retreat. Su Shu's eyes were wide open, and his blood surged. His face suddenly turned red and white, and a faint trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Everyone outside the arena was dumbfounded by this. All kinds of shock came one after another. One Chu Hen was already shocking enough, and now there was Luo Mengchang. How could there be so many powerful people in the sacred Star Dynasty? Damn it! Yi Wu Gui, who was also waiting for Su Shu to turn the tables, cursed silently. Then, without any hesitation or pause, he flashed to the side of the heavily injured Lei Yuan at his fastest speed. He grabbed him under his armpit, turned around, and fled. Su Shu was defeated, and Yi Wu Gui fled. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a demonic purple light surged in the depths of his pupils. Nirvana! Kaboom! Suddenly, at this moment, on the high platform in the middle of the square, a monstrous aura exploded from where Long Qingyang was. Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat as he shifted his gaze from Yi Wu Gui to Long Qingyang. Everyone was shocked to see that Long Qingyang's aura was increasing exponentially, and a steady stream of powerful Triyuan was like an erupting mountain torrent, Shaking the surroundings, two towering pillars of fire shot into the sky, intertwining with each other. One was a white flame that did not seem to have any heat, and the other was a scarlet flame that was as hot as the magma in the earth's core. The bone blaze, spiritual fire, and the mystical scarlet flame circled around Long Qingyang's body, and his bright red skin quickly returned to normal. The extremely restless energy in his body also quickly calmed down and became stronger. Long Qingyang's cultivation base increased exponentially, from the third stage of the core transformation realm to the peak of the fifth stage in an instant. He had advanced 2 levels in a row. While the crowd was shocked, they also understood that Long Qingyang had succeeded. He had managed to refine the mystical scarlet flame's fire seed without any mishaps. Damn bastard! Su Shu was shocked and angry at the same time, his face gloomy and livid. The situation had been completely reversed by Chu Hen and the others, but seeing that Yi Wu-gui had already fled, Su Shu did not dare to stay any longer. He cursed and turned to leave. The Flame Shadow Dynasty will not let this matter go so easily. We'll see if you can escape. A cold voice rang out from Long Qingyang's mouth. Then he opened his eyes, revealing a ball of white and a ball of red flames in his eyes. Then Long Qingyang stood up and a powerful aura spread out from his body. He looked at Chu Hen, who was hovering in midair, and said, "Third brother." "Understood." Chu Hen replied in a clear voice. A powerful aura surged out from their bodies as Chu Hen and Long Qingyang simultaneously formed a series of complicated hand seals. 9-Soul Dragon Seal. 9-Soul Dragon Seal. I'm leaving home today to return to the city where I came from. It's another 20-hour journey, and the train leaves at 3 p.m. I can only update 2 chapters today, but they're both 3,000 words long. I'll be updating later tomorrow, so I'm giving my brothers a heads up. I'll be in a better state when I get back, so I'll update more frequently. Lastly, I'd like to thank Brother Schleojin for his 5,888 tips, Brother Yi0613 for his 588 tips, and Brother No Name for his 100 tips. Chapter 279. 9-Soul Dragon Seal. 9-Soul Dragon Seal. 2 thunderous roars rang out from Chu Hen and Long Qingyang's mouths at the same time, their raging auras erupting like a torrent. The space around them trembled with the sound of waves. Roar! Roar! 2 domineering dragon roars overlapped as 2 dragon silhouettes, each nearly 100 meters long, soared into the sky from behind Chu Hen and Long Qingyang. The world seemed to lose its color as a fierce gale rose. Chu Hen's dragon silhouette was shrouded in a domineering black light, while Long Qingyang's dragon silhouette was shrouded in a mix of red and white flames. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the 2 dragon silhouettes swept up an endless destructive aura as they charged toward Su Shu of the Flame Shadow Empire. Wind and thunder rumbled as the ground trembled. Su Shu's expression changed drastically as fear and panic surged in his eyes. An irresistible aura of death firmly occupied his mind. In the face of these 2 dragon silhouettes, Su Shu was completely powerless. In the next instant, the 2 dragon silhouettes slammed into Su Shu's body, and an extremely violent power poured down. Boom! Everyone's pupils constricted and their hearts trembled. Su Shu's body was forcefully blasted into pieces and exploded into a cloud of blood, mist. Broken internal organs flew in all directions. The terrifying power of the 2 dragon shadows was like a mountain crushing down, and a large area of ruins spread across the plaza. It was really over. Everyone outside the square trembled as their faces turned deathly pale. Su Shu, who was ranked in the top 5 of the Flame Shadow Empire, had been blasted to pieces by Chu Hen and Long Qingyang, and not even his bones were left. It was simply ironic. It seemed that Yi Wu-gui was smart enough to turn around and run when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good for him. At the very least, he managed to keep his life. The battle was over. With the arrival of Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang, they turned the tide and successfully reversed the situation. At this moment, the geniuses of the other dynasties who were not involved in the battle did not dare to stay any longer. One by one, they turned around and left in a hurry. After all, the teams of the 6 great dynasties were rivals. If they stayed here, there might be problems. The chaotic airflow gradually calmed down. Chu Hen retracted his aura and steadily landed on the ground. Luo Mengchang walked over from the other side. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" The two of them said the same thing at the same time. They couldn't help but smile at each other and shake their heads. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and Bai Yuyue also walked down the steps. "Third brother." Long Qingyang called out softly before turning to look at Luo Mingshang. "Thank you for your help, Miss Mingshang. I, Long Qingyang, will remember your kindness." "Senior brother Qingyang, you're too polite. Chu Hen has helped me a few times. Just treat it as me returning his favor." Luo Mingshang replied softly. "What do you mean?" Chu Hen touched his nose and smiled shamefully. "Didn't you say that we're even at Li Valley? All right, then you owe me a favor. Remember to return it in the future." Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang were surprised to see that the two of them were so close. It seemed that their younger brother was quite popular with women. Luo Mengchang's beauty could be said to be number 1 among the 4 beauties of the imperial city. Countless men in the imperial city admired her. Even geniuses like Huang Fuliang had secretly pursued her. Luo Mingshang didn't like anyone, but she had a good relationship with Chu Hen. Receiving Long Qingyang's strange look, Chu Hen couldn't help but find it funny. He coughed twice and said, "Big brother, I haven't congratulated you on merging with the mystical swift scarlet flame. Your bloodline boundary should have evolved to the mystical body, right?" Mystical body? The few of them looked at each other. Long Qingyang smiled, excitement surging in his eyes. "Just a little bit more, but I'm confident that in the next 6 months, I'll be able to upgrade my bloodline boundary to the mystical body. Half a year was already very fast." Bai Yuyue's face showed a hint of envy. Luo Mingshang's expression didn't change, as if to her, upgrading to the mystical body was not something that could move her. In the beginning, Long Qingyang's bloodline boundary was only the burning flame, martial body. Later on, he refined a ball of bone flame spiritual fire in the Sky Lake Mountains and upgraded it to the battle body. The fire seed of the bone flame spiritual fire continued to grow and strengthen in his body, strengthening his bloodline even more. In the next few years, there was a high chance that Long Qingyang's bloodline boundary would break through to the mystical body. And now, the mystical swift scarlet flame spiritual fire seed had directly brought him a pleasant surprise. "Look at how proud you are. If they hadn't come in time, would you still be standing here?" Long Xuanchuang rolled her eyes at Long Qingyang. Now that he thought about it, it was really dangerous. "Senior sister Yuyu, thank you so much for your help this time," Chu Hen said. Bai Yuyue shook her head slightly. "I didn't help much. I was actually ready to leave when you guys came. Bai Yuyue wasn't lying. But no matter what, she had done her best to stand until the last moment." After a brief conversation, the few of them were almost ready to leave. However, there was one thing they had to do before they left, and that was to collect the keepsakes. Chu Hen had killed more than 20 geniuses in a row, so most of them still had keepsakes on them. Soon, Chu Hen and Long Qingyang collected all the storage items on the corpses. More than half of them had keepsakes. 13, plus the ones I got from Li Valley. That should be enough. Chu Hen took out the keepsakes and distributed them to Long Xuanchuang and Bai Yue. 6 keepsakes would qualify for the finals. Now, all 5 of them had obtained a spot. The mountain was steep, and the cliffs were as sharp as blades. On the edge of a cliff, a young man in a red robe gazed at the beautiful scenery of the mountains and rivers in front of him. He was a handsome man with a slightly devilish appearance, and there was a hint of demonic charm between his brows. Swish! At this moment, a disheveled figure flashed behind him. Big Brother!" That miserable figure was sweating profusely, and he was carrying a bloodied figure under his arm. This person was none other than Yi Wu Gui, who had escaped from Saint Fire City. Yi Wu Gui placed Lei Yuan on the ground. The latter's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with hatred and viciousness. The handsome man in red robes was the leader of Heaven Luo Group, the demonic genius with the wind ghost mystic body. "Yi Wu Gui, Big Brother, we failed." "Is that so?" Yi Wu Gui didn't turn back to look at the two of them, and his lips curled into a demonic smile. "Who did you meet?" Yi Wu Gui clenched his fists, and his face darkened as he said fiercely, "Chu Hen." "So that guy didn't die, and he's much stronger than before." Chu Hen? This name was very unfamiliar to Yi Wu Gui, but he was starting to have some impressions. "So it's the Earth Board champion. Both of you lost?" Yi Wu Gui's voice was still calm. "Yes." Yi Wu Gui gritted his teeth, and his knuckles cracked. He looked at Lei Yuan, who was lying on the ground, and said in a low voice, "Lei Yuan's street tree was taken away by that kid." "Oh." Yi Wu Gui's face finally showed a trace of emotion. Lei Yuan's eyes were filled with hatred, and he said with resentment, "No, Senior Brother Wu Gui, please help me take back the street tree. I must tear that bastard into pieces." Yi Wu Gui turned slightly, and there was some indifference in the corner of his eyes. "Haha, I will help you." Lei Yuan's eyes lit up. Many, however, before he could say the word thank you, a strong force pushed Lei Yuan to the edge of the cliff. Lei Yuan was shocked, and he didn't have any room to resist. He fell down the cliff. Ah! A helpless scream came from below, and it was the sound of death. "Big Brother?" Yi Wu Gui's face was ashen. Even he didn't expect Yi Wu Gui to kill Lei Yuan. Although they were brothers, Yi Wu Gui only feared Yi Wu Gui. Yi Wu Gui's way of doing things made the people around him feel cold. Yi Wu Gui smiled and said, "Since he's useless, it's a waste to keep him. Remember, if something like this happens again, don't bring him back." Yi Wu Gui felt a chill run down his spine with just a casual sentence. "Yes, Big Brother." Yi Wu Gui replied in a low voice, "How did Chu Hen take away Lei Yuan's street tree?" Yi Wu Gui was stunned at first, and then he replied, "I didn't see it clearly." At that time, a black arm stretched out from his chest, and that arm pulled the street tree out of Lei Yuan's Naiwan palace. After listening to the other party's story, Yi Wu Gui's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. In fact, between inscriptionists, they only destroyed each other's street tree. It was very rare for inscriptionists to take away someone else's street tree. Even a spiritual-level inscription master would find it difficult to forcefully pull out someone else's street tree. However, Chu Hen did it. Not only that, but the strength of his physical body is very shocking. He's obviously only at the 6th level of the core transformation realm, but his strength is higher than the 7th level. Yi Wu Gui raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "Interesting. It seems like the Holy Star team has hidden a lot of good chess pieces." Chapter 280. White clouds hung in the deep gorge and water gurgled. The waterfall that cascaded down from the mountain stream was like the Milky Way hanging in the sky. This was a particularly wide valley, and the scenery in the valley was beautiful. In the middle of the valley stood a towering mountain. The steep mountain exuded a majestic aura. The bottomless abyss was surrounded by clouds and mist, and abundant spiritual energy floated between heaven and earth. At the top of the mountain was a grand and imposing palace. Although it had experienced many years of wind, snow, and rain, the palace still exuded a special solemnity. The brick walls and tiles revealed a dust-covered luxury amidst the simplicity. In front of the majestic palace was a vast square on the Tao platform. On the square were 7 stone pillars that were 3 meters wide and 300 meters tall. The 7 stone pillars were arranged according to the Big Dipper 7 stars on the square. Every stone pillar was engraved with extremely mysterious runes and secret scrolls. exuding an extremely ancient and desolate aura. The 300-meter tall stone pillars stood at the top of the mountain, giving off the feeling that they were pillars that supported the sky at this moment. The geniuses of the various dynasties had already gathered on the Tao platform. The geniuses were rather calm, and there were no conflicts. Everyone was scattered around the stone pillars as if they were waiting for something. This should be the rumored 7-star temple, Long Qingyang exclaimed softly. Beside him, Chu Hen, Luo Mingshan, Long Xuanchuang, and Bai Yue also had faint expressions on their faces. The 5 of them stood on a mountain in the south of the valley, but they did not immediately head to the central peak where the 7 stone pillars stood. What kind of place is this 7-star temple? Shouldn't we be going to the Heaven Gorge platform? Chu Hen asked casually. North of the 7-star temple is the Heaven Gorge platform, Long Qingyang replied. Long Qingyang answered. The 7-star temple was used by the 7 Souls ancient kingdom to store the 7 Souls pearl. It is also the most sacred and secret place of the 7 Souls ancient kingdom. When he was in Tensei Prefecture, Chu Hen had heard about the 7 astral soul pearls from Mentor Shilon. The 7-star soul beads were named after the Big Dipper's 7 stars, and they were all extremely powerful saint artifacts. The 7 Souls ancient kingdom prospered because of the Star Soul Pearl, but it was also destroyed because of the Star Soul Pearl. As the saying goes, success comes from the Star Soul Pearl. Failure comes from the Star Soul Pearl. Although this place has already become history, it is rumored that there is still an extremely powerful force within the 7-star temple, said Long Qingyang. Oh! Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, Why is that? Starry Universe, Spying Array. Luo Mingshan said softly. That's right. Long Qingyang solemnly nodded as a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Because the 7-star soul beads contain an enormous amount of power. Each star soul bead can summon the might of the stars. An ordinary place would not be able to contain such a saint artifact. Thus, many almighties of the 7 Souls ancient kingdom worked together for decades to set up the great starry universe, Spying Array. Long Qingyang paused for a moment, then continued. This great starry universe, Spying Array, is said to be connected to the power of the 9 heavenly stars. While it contains the 7-star soul beads, it also continuously absorbs the power of the stars to strengthen the star soul beads. Back then, the almighties of the 7 Souls ancient kingdom spent a great deal of effort just to ensure that the kingdom would prosper forever, but they never expected that their descendants would not be able to fulfill their wishes. Long Qingyang's tone was somewhat regretful. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and asked, You mean the great starry universe, Spying Array, still exists? Yes. Long Qingyang nodded in affirmation. Luo Mingshan's red lips parted slightly as she added, The great starry universe, Spying Array, is one of the most powerful formations. This formation has already formed a special independent space. Even after so many years, there is still a lot of mysterious power left in the formation. Where is the formation? Chu Hen asked. It's on that platform. However, the great starry universe, Spying Array, only activates once every 25 years. Moreover, it activates on its own, so no one can control its rhythm. Luo Mingshan explained, activating on its own once every 25 years. On the other hand, the Heaven List Battle of the 6 Kingdoms only occurred once every 50 years. It seemed like there was a pattern to it. Everyone stay here. I'm afraid that the great starry universe, Spying Array, is about to activate. Long Xuanchuang spoke up. Yes, that should be the case. Are we not going over? Bai Yue, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. Chu Hen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Let's wait a little longer. If we go over now, it'll probably be a little chaotic. The few of them were startled, then smiled helplessly. Indeed, during the Battle of St. Fire City, Chu Hen had killed more than 20 geniuses from the Flame Shadow and Heaven Net teams. Among them, he had even killed Su Shu and snatched Lei Yuan's street tree. Just based on this point alone, these two teams wouldn't remain indifferent when they saw him. Although the Sacred Star team was also there, Chu Hen did not think that Huang Fuliang would help him. Moreover, the enmity between the two had already intensified in the Li Valley. It was obvious that he would be at a disadvantage if he went over. Chu Hen would not be so stupid as to look for trouble for no reason. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. The night wind at the peak of the Star Peak was bone-chilling, blowing on people's bodies like frost. On the plaza it was still peaceful. The geniuses of the various dynasties sat cross-legged in their respective teams. In the cold wind, each of them was like a statue in the darkness. The night passed quickly, and there was no movement at all. On the Seven Star Temple side, there seemed to be no other abnormalities other than the addition of a few people. The geniuses of the various dynasties were more or less confused. Only Huang Fuliang, Knight Unsley, Qi Ting, Lu Qi, Peng Ao, and Qi Ningxiao maintained their composure. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, most people could not sit still anymore. There were also disputes between the various dynasties, but they were basically small conflicts that did not erupt to a higher level. Chu Hen, Long Qingyang, and the others also waited on the southern peak for 3 days. On the fourth night, the wind that had been blowing for most of the night suddenly stopped. The originally hazy sky that was covered by thick, dark clouds was gradually dispersing. When the starlight that filled the sky was revealed, the 7 stone pillars that stood towering in front of the hall actually began to emit specks of silver light. The ancient runes carved on the stone pillars flickered, emitting an obscure energy fluctuation. What's going on? Is the starry universe spying array about to open? Perhaps. I'm not too sure. The geniuses of the various dynasties revealed solemn expressions. Just at this moment, something even more shocking happened. The dazzling stars that filled the sky actually sprinkled down streaks of illusory, transparent light. Even though it was only a few fine silvery threads of light, it was exceptionally clear in the dark night sky. Tens of thousands of starlight shone on the 700-meter tall stone pillars. The energy fluctuation emitted by the stone pillars became more active, and the runes on the walls also became brighter. Buzz, buzz, all of a sudden, the 7 stone pillars blossomed with a particularly dazzling brilliance. In an instant, the entire region was instantly illuminated as though it was daytime. Everyone's shrunken pupils were surging with fiery and restlessness. At this moment, even Huang Fuliang, Knight Unsley, and Lu Qi had a serious expression on their faces. Rumble, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that permeated a radius of dozens of miles, became chaotic, and gusts of violent wind assaulted. The 700-meter tall stone pillars flickered with a sacred and solemn radiance. The heavens and earth changed color as they stood before everyone, like 7 pillars of divine metal. Then the light that erupted from the 7 stone pillars connected one after another. If one were to look down from the sky, they would realize that the connected shape was a dipper shape. The runes on the walls of the stone pillars seemed to be flowing with lightning. Along with the increasingly powerful and restless aura, the space above the 7 stone pillars began to distort violently. Then a golden door appeared before everyone's eyes. The golden door was about 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide. It was located in the center of the 7 stone pillars, and the interior of the door was shining with golden light. The radiance was especially dazzling, and it was difficult for people to see through the secret within. Buzz, a shocking aura swept across the entire place, and a rapid gust of wind assaulted everyone present. Looking at the golden door suspended in the void, everyone could not help but feel their blood flow faster. The starry universe spying array has been activated. This is the entrance to that space. That's right, it can't be wrong. This array really hasn't been destroyed. What kind of power is hidden inside? Chapter 281. Rumble, a majestic aura that was like a surging mountain swept down from the peak of the Star Mountain. Looking at the golden door that had appeared above the 7,000 feet tall stone pillars, the eyes of the geniuses from the various empires revealed a rich heat and excitement. Starry universe, spying array. Back then, countless almighty beings from the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom spent dozens of years to set up this array. Now, after so many years had passed, it still displayed astonishing might. The 7 stone pillars that were like divine metal emitted a dazzling light, causing the entire area to be as bright as day. Waves of light flickered within the golden door, as if it was a mysterious entrance to another world. It's the entrance to the starry universe, spying array. The geniuses from the various empires were extremely excited. However, aside from their excitement, many of them had a difficult expression on their faces. The 7 stone pillars were already 100 feet tall, and the golden door was even higher. Only martial artists with a cultivation of the 5th level core transformation stage and above could stay in the air for a short period of time. This also meant that at least those below the 5th level core transformation stage would not be able to pass through the door. How can this little height stop me? In the blink of an eye, a man from the Rock Empire who was only at the 4th level core transformation stage took the lead and dashed forward. When he arrived in front of the stone pillar in the center, he stepped on the pillar and ascended. Using the momentum of leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls, he stepped on the pillar and ascended. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. This could be considered a good idea. In the blink of an eye, the man climbed up the 100 feet tall stone pillar in one breath. When he reached the top, he directly leaped, leaving behind an afterimage in the air as he dashed toward the golden door. Originally, he thought that he could smoothly enter the back of the golden door. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. When the man came into contact with the door, the interior of the door suddenly erupted with a dazzling light that was as bright as the sun. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation poured out like a mountain torrent, causing the space to slightly tremble. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and the man from the Rock Empire let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, he was sent flying by an unstoppable force. The scene in front of them, caused everyone to widen their eyes. The crowd, who had been pleasantly surprised and thought that this method was feasible, instantly felt their hearts turn cold. 2 geniuses from the giant rock team flew out one after the other and caught the man who had been sent flying. One of them turned around and shook his head at Cheetang. All the bones and meridians in his body have been shattered. There's no hope for him. Hiss! Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The excitement from before had quietly turned into a thick solemnity. Cheetang furrowed his brows and narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the 2 to take the man away without saying anything. The leader of the Misty Wind Party, Lu Qi, the leader of the Flame Shadow Party, Peng Ao, and the leader of the Sword Dynasty Party, Qi Ningxiao, were relatively calm. To them, this kind of thing couldn't be more normal. Is everyone so polite? Soft laughter rang out from the Tianluo Empire's team. The handsome Yi Bugui, who was dressed in a red robe, glanced at the crowd playfully and said, "If that's the case, I'll take my leave first." Ha 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 ha! His arrogant laughter was filled with arrogance. Yi Bugui had an air of arrogance, as if he was mocking everyone present. Swoosh! After saying that, Yi Bugui directly turned into a red afterimage and flew towards the golden door like a flowing light. At this moment, the leader of the Sacred Star team, Huang Fuliang, also flew up at the same time. He swept up a huge dragon aura and flew out from another direction. If you want to be the first to enter, you'll have to ask me if Huang Fuliang, will agree. I'll ask you now. Yi Bugui sneered. He stretched out his fair right hand and flicked his finger. Swoosh! A grayish-white light shot out like an arrow towards Huang Fuliang. Huang Fuliang's eyelids twitched. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful palm energy to meet the attack. Boom! The mighty palm energy came crashing down, instantly shattering the beam of light. Humph! A grain of light dares to compete with the sun and the moon. Huang Fuliang mocked. However, just as Huang Fuliang's voice fell, a red shadow flashed in front of him. Yi Bugui, who was dozens of meters away, suddenly appeared in front of Huang Fuliang. What? The hearts of the people below were all shocked. How can he be so fast? Shang Guanyin from the Sacred Star team could not help but ask. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a heavy tone, Ghost Blink Technique. This is a secret movement technique of the Wind Ghost clan. The light that Yi Bugui flicked out is the guide. As long as the light flies to somewhere, Yi Bugui will be able to move in a short time. I see. Shang Guanyin nodded her head. Situ Feng, Su Rong, Winya, and the others also had a look of surprise on their faces. While they were talking, Yi Bugui had already launched his next round of attacks. He waved his hand, and his palm blade, which was surrounded by grayish-white light, drew a bright light arc in the air and slashed towards Huang Fuliang's throat. Hee, be careful. Don't let me chop off your head here. Humph. I think it's better if I break your arm now. Huang Fuliang stretched out his right hand, and his entire arm was surrounded by a golden light. It was as though he had been soaked in the sunlight. The golden light instantly transformed into the shadow of a dragon claw and shrouded Huang Fuliang's palm. There was a heavy rumbling sound in the air. Clang! 2 different colors of light, one gold and one red, collided with each other. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere, and true energy burst out. The violent explosion was like the rumbling of thunder. A mass of vigorous, true energy rippled in the sky. Yi Bugui and Huang Fuliang retreated to the back. It was the first time they had fought. The 2 top geniuses were evenly matched. Rumble, the golden gate above the 7 towering pillars, was constantly surging with powerful energy fluctuations. Humph, I don't have time to waste on you. Huang Fuliang's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, On the day of the finals, I will defeat you in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha, I hope your dream comes true, Yi Bugui mocked. Then, the 2 of them moved and flashed towards the Golden Gate at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! Another shockingly powerful aura burst out from the gate. However, Huang Fuliang and Yi Bugui's faces did not show any fear. The 2 of them used vigorous true yuan to envelop their entire bodies. Under the surging power, they only paused for less than 2 seconds. It was as if they had passed through a screen on the surface of the water and directly entered the large door. They went in. No wonder they are the leaders of the 2 great empires. Then Qi Teng, Lu Qi, Qi Ningxiao, Peng Ao, and the others also flew up. They were as fast as lightning, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as they flew towards the Golden Gate. To these few people, the starry universe, spying formation, could not form an effective barrier. The leaders of the 6 great teams did not feel any pressure at all. Immediately after, Yi Wugui, Lin Yuan, Sidu Feng, and many other famous top geniuses from the various empires also flew up and entered the starry universe, spying formation one after another. As for those who were relatively weaker, they could only stare at them helplessly as they entered the gate. Miss Qinyu, do you want to try? In the Sacred Star team, Xiao Yan said to Yu Qinyu. Yu Qinyu shook her head and revealed a faint smile. I won't go. Before Xiao Yan could say anything, a clear voice suddenly came from behind. Why don't you go? The familiar voice made Yu Qinyu's heart tremble. She turned her head and saw a young and handsome face. There was a faint smile in his pitch-black eyes, giving people a very gentle feeling. Chu Hen, you're really still alive? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows, feeling both surprised and surprised. Senior brother Xiao Yan. Chu Hen nodded as a greeting. The appearance of Chu Hen, Luo Mingshan, Long Qingyang, and the others caused a commotion in the square. After the battle in St. Fire City, the geniuses of the various empires had started to pay attention to the champion of the Earth list. However, the people from the Sacred Star team looked at Chu Hen with a strange gaze. Due to the conflict between Chu Hen and Huang Fuliang, most people were on Huang Fuliang's side. Even if they did not view Chu Hen as an enemy, they would definitely not be on good terms with him. Ji Xian's expression was the ugliest, especially when he saw Long Qingyang, Bai Yue, and Long Xuanxuan behind Chu Hen. Ji Xian regretted not entering the Starry Universe spying formation earlier. What's wrong? Chu Hen saw that Yu Chunyu's expression was a little strange, so he asked. Yu Chunyu clenched both of her hands into fists, her knuckles faintly turning white. Her pair of big eyes were filled with hidden bitterness as she stared at Chu Hen. Her silver teeth lightly bit her red lips as she scolded in a low voice. Why don't you just die? Huh? Chu Hen was stunned. You want me to die? Yu Chunyu was so angry that she almost stomped her feet. Haha, all right, don't be angry. Let's go. Chu Hen didn't want to waste any more time here. Previously, when he heard everyone talk about it, his curiosity towards the vast starry universe spying formation had already been raised. Now he wanted to find out more about it. How do we leave? Yu Chunyu pouted in dissatisfaction. After consuming the Earth energy condensing pill, her cultivation level had reached the 3rd stage of the core transformation realm. This kind of strength was considered low among the geniuses of the 6 nations. Even the 4th stage of the core transformation realm Wu Xiu's bones were shattered by the force of the passage. With Yu Chunyu's strength, it was naturally impossible for her to enter the formation.